Were you there? This was during the recount process? The risk limiting audit recount process?
So that particular day was November 6th, which was still the processing of the initial count.
Okay.
So it was provisional, military, and UOCAVA.
Okay. So just to clarify, in that room, and I believe it's the room we saw the video from earlier then, is that accurate?
I did not see I was not here at the time to see the video, so I can't
How
reference
large was the room approximately?
It's too large to observe, and the layout of the room is kind of dog-legged, so you can't, the way they have you pushed back against one part of the area, which is a short part of the room, it extends way past, and you actually can't see. There's actually a door where they bring, at least that's my understanding, because you can't see it.
That sounds like the room that we saw the video of earlier. And just to clarify, so in your day there, you saw one member of the Secretary of State's staff, and you would, I guess, as a blanket statement, describe him as mildly engaged in oversight process and more engaged in doing something on his phone in a corner of the room.
I don't even think that I wouldn't go as far as saying mildly engaged.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Senator Tillery?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're on. Get it close.
I want to go back into your testimony and ask you, when you said you identified that ballot box that was way skewed, not the 900 to 0 one, but the one before that, what was the process of the recount, or what happened to make those numbers change? Did somebody pull the paper out and count it? Was it a card that someone reran? Can you help me understand that?
Sure. So I just want to make sure we're talking about, just to clarify, so the DeKalb
The DeKalb
recount?
box. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Can you remind me of the numbers just so I can make sure that's the one I was talking
Sure.
about?
So what was signed off and submitted to be entered into that Arlo system as final was 10,707 votes for Biden and 13 for Trump.
And this would have been signed off on just like a sheet, or this would have been a box and they would have put a number on top of it and said this is 10,000 to 1,000?
Yeah, sure. So what they do is after they do a count, there's I'm approximating the form, but they basically would say the batch, which is the box. So it had an identification number associated with that. There was a color table, and then the number that was associated with it. And then it would have the count for the candidates on those sheets with different line items. And at the bottom, 2 spaces for signatures to supposedly authenticate and validate that the count is correct.
So to re-verify that, or when you noted it, and thank you for noting it, did they actually open a box and go back through and recount it, or do you know?
So,
like how
I didn't see
I'm trying
what.
to figure out if it was data or if it was paper. That's kind of what I'm trying to get to.
Sure. So I did not see the counting of that box initially. So what I was doing is I was standing back because the counting was just, it wasn't adding a lot of value, I didn't think. And so I was trying to find something that would make a difference. And so I stood behind the table where they take those sheets and they'll say, okay, batch 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, X amount for Biden, X amount for President Trump, and the person enters that in the computer, okay? So I was standing back there. I was able, because I was taking notes of those items as we went through, I was able to gain an expectation of what the total should be or a pattern with therein. And that one came through as so egregious and so large that that's how I was able to get flagged, frankly.
If you had not flagged it, is it something, and I'm asking you to kind of going down the road, you may not know this about our election procedure, and I apologize for asking you a question you may not know the answer
That's fine.
to.
Yep.
If you had not flagged it and we had gone through this recanvassing process, is this something that would have been caught then, or do you think it would have gone through that entire process and not been caught too?
So that's part of a process I couldn't speak to, so I certainly would hate to
That's very fair.
speculate beyond that.
I didn't
I
know.
will say that I was concerned about it being entered in based upon what they said later, because as the sheets were brought back to verify, okay, here's the original, after we went through the recount process, again, I tracked those sheets because I was not going to let that out of my sight.
Right.
And they were brought over to the table, and we verified side by side. I also had a couple other people look, so it wasn't just me, so that people could see the initial sheets and the totals and that they were signed off on. But the lady the workers had changed out, one of them had changed out, and the one that was there said that she could feel, the phrase was, she knew it was wrong, but she could feel the eyes upon her. And so that made me, is an interesting phrase and leads credence to why we have poll watchers, frankly.
Thank you.
We appreciate your time today. Thank you. And we're going to need to move on to the next witness. So
Sure.
we appreciate you being
Thank you.
here.
All right.
The next we'll call Dana Smith. Is that correct?
I have photos. Does anyone need a copy of the photos and copy of the, pardon me? Okay, so here are some packets of photos if anyone wants some. I also submitted a thumb drive that someone was going to try to pick up for those of you that don't have it. And if someone needs a copy of my affidavit or something like that, I have those here as well.
To speak it so that we can hear you.
Oh,
you're
let me
gonna have
take
to
this
pull
off.
your mask off. Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you.
You forget they're on.
That's right.
Okay, so,
Ms. Smith, would you state your full name and address where you live
yes,
for the record, and then you can talk about your experience as a poll worker in Hart County?
sure. My name is Dana Van Buren Smith, and I reside in Hartwell, Georgia, and I was a poll worker for the November 3rd election, and I was also a poll watcher for the first initial paper ballot count on November 13th, and also a poll watcher for counting the absentee ballots on the following Monday, which would be November 16th. I, in my regular life, have been a licensed practical nurse for 33 years, and I got laid off from my urgent care job because of low census with COVID infections. Our census dropped at our urgent care center, and then we relocated to Georgia about 6 months ago. So I found myself without a lot to do and some time on my hands, so I decided just to do my patriotic duty and be a poll watcher. So I went through the training and I was really excited, and I felt like our process in Hart County was good. You know, going into it, I thought, oh, this is going to be solid. It was wonderful. I was excited for the day. But as the day progressed and as things happened, I became more and more alarmed. I have 4 things that really bothered me, and I'm going to move through the initial 3 things pretty quickly because the big thing is at the end. The first thing, and I'm going to kind of read it to help myself out. On election day, someone had turned the natural gas off to the building. And so we had set up all of the machines the day before, and the heat was working in the rec center where our polling place was. I understand that that rec center used to be a barn that had been converted into this rec center. And so it's a big hulking building, and it was freezing cold when we got in there. That morning I had got up and we had been in the low 30s. And I had to use my heated seat in my car and my heater, and we arrived and the building was really cold. So they called HVAC people in, and the HVAC people worked all morning, and it was sometime afternoon that an HVAC guy came in and said that someone had shut off the natural gas to the building, and that's why our heat wasn't working. He indicated that nothing was wrong with the heater. Some unknown person in the night had shut off the gas to the building. Well, we all cheered and hoorayed because the heat finally came on, and at that time I did not know that Georgia law requires that electronic equipment be kept in a climate-controlled environment, which having it in a freezing cold building all night long, in my view, does not constitute a climate-controlled environment. I found this out the next night when I read Georgia law. Because of all the things that happened, I thought I probably better figure out what is going on here. And that's when I learned that the machines were supposed to be in a climate-controlled environment. There is no alarm system in the place where these things are being stored to notify if these machines have come out of climate control compliance. And I noted in the Georgia election law that there isn't a requirement to have an alarm system. And so my plea to you is that I think you need to look at that and require these places, maybe free up some money so these places could get a $300 alarm system to let them know if they have in fact violated the law and gone out of compliance. I do not know with the temperature that night if they were out of the range, but in January, when we have our election coming up, the Georgia mountains can be pretty chilly. So you probably ought to look into that. How can you verify if something went out of compliance if you have no alarm? I do know that someone in the night shut the gas off to the building, and we had a really cold building. I don't know who did that, what time or why, because there was no alarm. The next concern I have is that the Democratic poll watcher checked in the morning and then left for the rest of the day. The sheriff who was on hand stated to us that he was sitting out in his car in the parking lot all day, which I thought was an interesting place for him to be watching what was going on. Our Republican poll watcher, mid-morning, was removed by an official because the supervisor could not locate her paperwork. Also, no one had supplied her with the proper paperwork, so she was missing for a while. I put in my statement several hours. I spoke with her after because I wasn't sure how long she was gone, and she said it wasn't several hours, it was about a half an hour. But she was so upset, she returned to her home and didn't stay there and was gone for a period of time because she was so rattled by what had happened. The third issue I noted was that the special printing paper for the paper ballots to be printed on was not secured, and mid-morning there was a poll watcher walking around with this special ballot paper, taking coffee orders on it, writing down coffee orders on this special ballot paper that prints the ballots, those precious ballots. She was taking a coffee order on it. To me, anyone can just walk over and grab that specialty paper and then get in their order for the ballots they want to print. All of that is pretty upsetting, but the worst thing to me is where those pictures come in. And I don't know, are we able to put the pictures up for people can see? I gave a thumb drive to someone.
Sure. Are those the pictures that you passed out? I think.
It's the
Been
pictures that I
circulated.
passed out, but I
Yes.
had a thumb drive as well so that everyone could see.
Okay. Yes, if you could pass the thumb drive over to our assistant.
Okay, I'll give you some background to the pictures while they're putting up the thumb drive. With all the electronic voting equipment, the poll pads, the ballot marking devices, the scanner, all of those pieces of equipment have these plastic numbered tag locks that secure them. The other thing that secures those is a chain of custody form or a recap form. That's how you know that the SD cards haven't been removed, that nothing's been tampered with. It's these numbered locks that protect all those items, and the chain of custody forms that are witnessed by two people verify the numbers on those locks. And as soon as you pull those plastic tabs out, they break and you can't reuse them. So if you were going to tamper, now you have a problem as long as there's a chain of custody form with two witnesses, because that's what proves what the lock number was. At the end of the night, the polling station closed, and we were getting, packing up all the equipment, and it's a very arduous process. Every piece of equipment has these recap forms, these chain of custody forms. You're double checking the locks, you're relocking them, you're securing them, you're checking serial numbers and bagging them up in the case that matches the piece of equipment. It's a very rigorous setup so that you can ensure that you're locking up this electronic equipment in a way that it can't be tampered with at any given time. So at the end of the night, we go to empty these scanners. So the voter comes in, they present at the polling pad, they show their ID, we give them a green, like a credit card. They go over to the ballot marking device and they put it in their ballot marking machine. They electronically vote and mark who they want. Then it prints a paper ballot on that specialty paper, right? The voter then takes that specialty paper printed ballot, they carry it over to one of the scanner machines, and we ask them to look at the paper ballot and make sure that it shows who they voted for. That paper ballot is the safeguard. That's why we ask them to look at it so that they can confirm that's who they voted for. At that point, the voter puts it into the scanner where it's scanned electronically. The paper ballot then drops down into a large container, somewhat similar to like a garbage can, a big plastic garbage can. And all day long, all those paper ballots fall down into that container, all hodgepodge, every which way, and just collect in that. So at the end of the night, and that scanner and that container, that's protected with actually a couple of mechanical locks and a couple of numbered plastic security locks like those you see in the picture. So at the end of the night, the final task is to unlock those bins and collect all of those paper ballots that have fallen into that big container. We collect all of those. You look up inside and make sure none of them have been hung up. There are at least two witnesses for each of those bins, which there's two of those bins. We had 4 people plus a couple other people around, plus our local sheriff was there as well. So all these people are watching us take out these paper ballots. And we put them into these red canvas bags. It looks kind of orangey in the picture, but there was one red canvas bag per bin, and there was also the red canvas bag that held the provisional ballots that were brought in for that night. So we bring them in. These bags have a specialty zipper and then this flap lock so that red numbered tab lock can go in them. So we get all the paper ballots into the red bags, zip them up, and I said, where are the number locks? And nobody could find the number locks. They'd gone missing. So I got the supervisor, Sarah's, attention, and I said, we need the number locks. And these locks are a little different configuration than the ones that go on the voting machines and stuff. They just click in there, and then if you pull it out, it breaks. So she said she didn't have any, and for us to just zip it up and throw them in the blue totes, which are the other pictures that you see, unsecured, and that would be good enough, and they would drive them to the election office, which is maybe between 10 and probably 10 to 12 minutes from our polling place. And I told her, no way, we are not loading these paper ballots into the back of your car with you and your friend to drive them to the election office. You call Robin at the election office and you tell her to have someone bring us the locks. She rolled her eyes, literally walked away, and I just sat there watching those ballots. I was not going to let those out of my sight. Me and another gal named Lori. There was a gal named Gloria. There was an elderly guy that I think had COPD because I brought him his oxygen and helped him out there. We sat there and watched those paper ballots to be sure they were secure until those numbered tag locks could come. So we waited about 20 minutes and they still hadn't come. So I flagged down our supervisor again and said, hey, is somebody bringing those tab locks? And she said,
Ms. Smith, can you wrap it up?
Yep.
We got a lot.
Okay, so she said, we don't need them. And I said, I'm not leaving here until you bring them. So finally, after my second request, they brought the numbered tab locks. And so I asked where the chain of custody forms were, and she said they didn't have any. And I said, it does no good to lock them without a chain of custody form. and she refused to do a chain of custody form and demanded that we throw them in her car. And that's when I took the pictures to document the numbers protecting those paper ballots. In my job as a nurse, if you send a urine drug screen to the lab and it's all sealed up, but you have no chain of custody form, they throw it away because the chain of custody form is what proves it hasn't been tampered with. Those bags left that place with the tags I pitched a fit on about and took pictures of, but no chain of custody form. I had no idea what would happen to them after they left that place. I followed the supervisor and her friend, and the sheriff made sure the bags got into the election office, went home, couldn't sleep. Well, I went actually to our poll worker who'd been kicked out's house, had a sleepless night. The next day, I went to the local election office and met with our local election authorities. They wouldn't listen. I gave them pictures of the tab locks, asked them, could we at least look at them and make sure they're still sealed and do a chain of custody form? They refused. He told me, Gary Hamilton, my commissioner on the election board, said it wouldn't matter if a couple hundred ballots went missing. That was the response from my local election office. And so here I knew that we had these unsecured. All our paper ballots were completely unsecured. Less secure than someone's urine drug screen, right? So then on the Friday, the 13th, when we go to do our initial count of the paper ballots, guess what? They come out of the back room in cardboard boxes, not in the bags I sealed on election night. And there's no chain of custody form. There is no documentation of what happened to those people's ballots between when I locked them up election night and when they walked out in cardboard boxes. I had to bite my tongue because I was a poll watcher and I couldn't take pictures, but there's a whole room full of people who could corroborate that they came out in cardboard boxes, not in those canvas bags. Now you tell me why they all cheered when the paper ballot count matched the machine count. It means nothing when you count paper ballots that have been handled, removed from their sealed containers, and no documentation of what happened to them in between. Counting paper ballots means zip, nothing, absolutely nothing. And it's infuriating, and I can't believe it happened.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you have any questions? Thank you very much.
Senator Jordan. Just a second.
Oh, one other point, I also counted the absentee. I watched for counting the absentee ballots, and one of the workers asked how they verify the signatures, and a little old lady stood up and said, oh, I verified 90% of them. One lady, one little old lady, looks at all those absentee ballots and decides whose signature stays and whose signature goes. You tell me what oversight and verification process that is. I'm sorry.
I think you had a question, Senator Jordan.
Yeah, just a quick question. And so you were a poll worker in Hart County, Georgia?
Correct.
And with respect to the ultimate count there, isn't it true that President Trump won that county 9,465 votes to 3,100
It is,
approximately?
which is remarkable. So the Trump team is willing to listen to me, someone who lives in a county where Trump won by a landslide, because I want to tell you, I don't give a rip who won. What matters to me is that the people's vote is more protected than their urine. Think about it. It doesn't matter who won. Those paper ballots were not secure. I don't care if you're a Democrat, a Republican. I don't care if you voted for Minnie Mouse. I don't care. The process is flawed when your urine is more protected than your vote. And that is what happened. And that's why I'm here, because you need to fix the holes that jeopardize every single person sitting in this chair. I don't care who they voted for. Those voters, I saw a woman lead her blind husband in to vote. I saw a man pull up in a big van and come out in his electric wheelchair to vote. Those are my voters. It's my job to protect their vote. It's your job as legislators to ensure that there are safeguards for their votes, and that when the law is broken and people don't follow the law, you're supposed to make sure that they do. That's your job. And it's not just my vote, it's yours too. Think about it. Your vote might not have counted either. Not a single person in this room. You don't know. You weren't there. I was there. I thank you for your time, and I hope you'll take what these people are telling you seriously. It's important. The people's voice matters in this country.
It does. Thank you for being here. Thank you for, and thank you for being willing to work and give your time
Thank you.
to work to protect the vote. Okay.
We have one short witness if you want before you take
Okay,
a break.
that will be fine.
Yeah.
Yes.
Grace Lemon.
Yeah, if you would tell us a little bit your name and where you live, and then tell us what you wanted to hear.
Okay, so my name's Grace. I'm 22 years old. I'm a senior at University of Georgia, and I live in Fulton County. So I came here to tell y'all my experience when I went and voted in person.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I went and I voted in person on October 23rd with my younger sister, who was a first-time voter. And when I went to check in and give them my license and verify my identity to get my voter card, I was told that there was an absentee ballot already out for me. But I never requested one. I've never voted absentee. I always go vote in person. And I had to sign an affidavit saying that I did not request an absentee ballot. So I got my voter card, I voted in person, everything went fine after that. The next day, my mom called the voter center and was told that somebody voted absentee in my name on October 7th. We don't know who that is, and we haven't gotten any answers about that since. And on October 28th, I filled out an open records request for the Fulton County Voter's Office. I received an email from Fulton County Registration Chief, Mr. Ralph Jones, and I called him. He asked about my experience, and he told me he was going to further investigate the situation and get back to me with more answers. November 3rd, his assistant, Mariska Bodison, emailed me to say that my request was given to the Secretary of State's office for further investigation. I haven't heard anything else from either of them. Then I got an email from my dad's friend and lawyer, Mr. Bob Cheeley. I spoke with Mr. Cheeley on November 19th on the phone, and he wanted to know how the investigation was going. And I didn't know, so I tried to call around to find out more answers for him. And I couldn't get anyone on the phone. Once I did, in the Secretary of State's office, nobody had any answers for me. They hadn't seen my open records request, and they had no answers about how the investigation was going. Later, I spoke with Sharon Griffin in the elections office at the Secretary of State, but she couldn't tell me anything either. I never got another call back, and at this point, I was knowing that I was getting the runaround from everybody. November 23rd, I received an email that my open records request was never received by the Secretary of State's office and was asked to submit another one on their website. And I did so and emailed the officer back and told him that I did. There was no name attached to that email. It was just open records officer. On November 30th, I received another email from the open records officer in the Secretary of State's office to file a complaint. The last line of this email read, "This will serve as the final response to this request, and your request is now closed." We tried to call the Secretary of State's office again and couldn't get anybody on the phone. So I am left with still no answers. No one will answer the phone or call me back. And I want to know ultimately if my vote was counted or if the vote that was voted for me scratched my vote out.
Good. Thank you. Wow. Senator Dolezal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Can you tell me your name again?
I'm Grace.
Grace, thanks for being here, Grace.
Thank you.
Can you clarify for me what happened? And I don't think I caught it. Were you able to vote in person?
Yes, sir.
Was it a provisional ballot or was it a regular ballot as far as you know your vote was counted?
As far as I know, it was a regular ballot.
Thank you. Did you have the opportunity to go onto the My Voter page to see when you allegedly requested your absentee ballot, when you allegedly voted by absentee? Have you had a chance to do that yet?
No, sir, I haven't gotten anything. When my mom called the voter center, she was told by someone on the phone that an absentee ballot was cast in my name on October 7th.
Great. Maybe, I think we're going to have a break, Mr. Chairman. I'd love to plug your information in here. I don't want you to announce your date of birth to the world, but you can come enter it here. I'd like to
Okay.
to see this because you are not the first person that we have heard of
Right.
That has had this happen. And this, to me, is probably some of the most discouraging testimony.
Yes, sir.
This is probably your first or second presidential election you've had the opportunity to vote in,
This
depending on
is
when
my
your birthday
second
is.
one. Yes, sir.
We're going to get this right.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And we need to figure this out, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Senator Jordan.
Number 7, when you went and they said you've requested an absentee ballot, of course you didn't have it with you. Did you have to execute an affidavit saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then they gave you a card and you were able to vote on the machine, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then in terms of when did you vote? When did you go vote?
October 23rd.
Okay. Yeah, I concur with Senator Dolezal that I think we need to check your My Voter stuff and
Yes, ma'am.
and try to figure out what happened here.
Thank you. Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, we will take a 15-minute break. We've been going for a long time, and we will reconvene at, 4:45? Yeah, 4:45. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
That might allow it not to be admitted. He didn't.
Hello, Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, and I've got some great news for you. Today, you can save up to 66% off all my products, from my MyPillows to my Giza Dream Sheets, my towels, my Roll and Go travel pillows, my mattress topper. I have over 100 products that you're going to save up to 66% using the promo code RSBN, Right Side Broadcast Network. RSBN, use that promo code at mypillow.com or call 800-836-7566. That's 800-836-7566. 7566. Remember to use the code RSBN. And here's the great news. Half the money is going to support Right Side Broadcast Network, one of the best networks I've ever seen. Thank you.
4,000 additional people that are not authorized to vote in the 2020 election. Mr. Campbell.
About the court's ruling in order that basically all witnesses had to be disclosed by the consensus by 5 o'clock on November 25th, 2020.
Your Honor,
I understand something comes up. I understand things are up, but is it fair to the defense then suddenly to bring this in at the last minute?
Your Honor, it was information that there's no other way that we could have gotten it. And there's the idea that you always seasonally supplement, and that's exactly what we did in this case. This litigation is especially truncated, and it has to be that way. We understand that. But data that there's no way for us to have had at that deadline that the court set. That's why the court has discretion in these situations to say that since there's no possible way that we could have had this information by November the 25th, there's no way that we could have produced the specific information. We did tell them that Jesse Kamsel was going to be a witness in this case, and indeed, he did give deposition testimony in this case. He gave deposition testimony in this case on other data information that came out within, I think, about, at roughly the same exact time as this information was produced to us by the Department of Motor Vehicles.
What about the requirements of NRS 293.415 that basically this matter be heard upon deposition and argument? They have no ability, basically, to cross-examine him on this new additional material. No ability at all to question his methods or methodology in respect to that new material. Is that fair?
Your Honor, I understand the court's position on that, and I would say that the better remedy that would meet the interest of justice on this is to allow them to do just that after argument, to allow them, we can do that tomorrow, we can do that this evening, and then we can submit the deposition supplementally to the court for its decision. That would be something that could meet the interest of justice to still allow them to cross-examine Mr. Kamsel on these issues without denying us any reasonable means of bringing this to the court's attention, since there's no other way that we could have gotten this and to submitted it to them any earlier. We literally submitted this at the earliest moment we could have in order of getting the data, comparing the data, producing a very short report explaining how the data was compared, and then providing it to the defendants. They should have the ability, but they certainly have the resources available in a document subpoena situation to use their own experts, their own resources to compare this data and say if they think that we got anything wrong, that it's fewer than 4,000 non-citizens who voted in this case. They haven't done that yet. They've had, at this point, a similar amount of time that we've had to do this, and they haven't done that. But if they want the opportunity to depose Mr. Kamsel on that, we'll make him available for a deposition, a very short deposition after this. We can submit it to the court supplemental without further argument.
Mr. Hamilton, any final comment on this issue?
Your Honor, took the words out of my mouth. The statute anticipates evidence to be presented by deposition and the argument of counsel. That hasn't happened here. This contest was filed on November 17th. That's quite a while ago, and counsel had plenty of time to secure whatever data he needed and to produce the declaration or expert testimony. Your Honor gave a clear deadline. If there was some issue, then counsel certainly could have filed an emergency motion for the court to leave or even approached us for how to deal with that. He didn't either. The court has indulged counsel at every turn by providing ample opportunity for discovery, but this is both inconsistent with the statute and fundamentally unfair to the court and to the defendants. So we would ask to discredit.
The order of the court, go ahead and strike the supplemental declaration of Jesse And so I believe for the reasons I clearly indicated, stated, one that had a disclosure deadline of November 25th, 2020, which I might add, none of the other experts budgeted. Things were even disclosed on that date. They were all disclosed later. I don't know about disclosure, but the reports were not done until November 30th, I believe, with respect to that. But I don't allow all that. Not striking anything other than this current declaration for two reasons primarily. One, its way to primarily under NRS 293.415, clear to this court that I am basically limited depositions and argument in respect to making a determination in this case. Regards that, and the reason for that, clearly in the court's mind, ability to cross-examine and verify the information and make sure basically it's fair to both sides. So, that in mind, I want to move forward in respect to that. It's my intent to give each side approximately an hour. We may take a break somewhere along the way in respect to this matter. In regards to that, you can reserve part of your time for rebuttal. Each side, you have an hour. You want to go 30 minutes and reserve your time, that's fine with the court. However you want to do it in respect to that, fine. I do have one other question that the court thinks is important to start with. And that is, what is the evidentiary standard that applies in respect to this? I think it's important as we go through the evidence and look at the evidence that we understand what the standard is that we're going to apply. Is it a clear and convincing standard, or is it a reasonable doubt standard? So given that and all, if you want to comment on that, again, just short, I've read all the briefs and that's short. I'm not making a decision which way, I just kind of want to give a flavor for everybody and what the course we're going to look at.
And I understand that that would be an important point for the court to consider, is because the statute itself is silent on the standard of proof that would be required in a case like this. The defendants have cited law in other jurisdictions, but of course, since this is a creature of statute in Nevada, it would be more appropriate to look at how Nevada handles situations like this. The default is always in a civil case preponderance of the evidence. That is the default burden in a civil case, and this is a civil case. It's an unusual case, and it's understandable why there wouldn't be a lot of case law defining some of this. But short of any intent of the legislature, and we're aware of no other intention of the legislature to increase the burden of proof to a clear and convincing standard, as the defendants urge the court to do, the right thing to do is go back to the civil standard that we are very familiar with, which is preponderance of the evidence. From a policy perspective, that's the right answer too. We are trying, as the court said when the court took the bench, to determine whether every vote was properly counted, every legal vote was counted in an election like this. There is no reason to give more deference to one side or the other in that determination. The proper thing to do is to weigh the evidence to see whether or not the decision to certify the electors for Vice President Biden was appropriate. And so consequently, since there's no reason to favor the defendants more or the contestants more, the preponderance of evidence standard is the appropriate use here.
What about NRS 293.410, which talks about reasonable doubt? It uses kind of a reasonable doubt throughout that. It talks about reasonable doubt. Is that similar to preponderance of evidence, or is that a little higher standard?
And that's an interesting use of reasonable doubt in that statute, because it's not the reasonable doubt very clearly that we used to in a criminal case. It could be read to say that it could be read to offer a standard much more favorable to the contestants, quite honestly, of saying that if there's a reasonable doubt in the outcome, that the contest should be granted. It's difficult to see exactly how that would work in the civil setting, Your Honor. And that's why I think it's more appropriate for me, and quite honestly, hopefully, it gives me a little bit more credibility to you to say I don't have to just throw up as somebody sitting on this side of the courtroom who has a burden, some board burden, that I just have to have almost like a probable cause type standard. I think it does have to be more than that. It has to be that we do have a burden to meet here, a burden that we will meet, that we're very confident we will meet. I think the way a reasonable reading of the reasonable doubt language in 210 means that it's similar to the preponderance of the evidence standard that otherwise the court would use in this setting.
Hamilton?
Well, Your Honor, I agree with counsel to the extent that the Nevada Supreme Court has not yet defined clearly the burden of proof required in an election contest. But an election contest, by its nature, is asking a court to do an extraordinary thing, which is overturn the results of a certified election. And so for that reason, courts around the country typically embrace a clear and convincing evidence standard. California, Illinois, Kentucky, Maryland, Montana, Ohio, Oregon, a variety of states. We've cited them all in the brief. So it has, obviously, if the statute set a standard, that would be the standard that would apply, or if the Nevada court had spoken, that would be obviously controlling. Here we don't have that, so we have to look at, I submit that two things guide the standard. First would be how are election contests treated elsewhere on similar statutory schemes, and that is they use a higher, clear and convincing evidence standard. Second would be more of a functional approach. The cause of action sounds, at least in part, in fraud. And fraud under Nevada and the law of virtually every state requires a higher evidentiary standard. So for both reasons, I think that the clear and convincing evidence standard is the one that should be applied by the court here. Ultimately, and I know you don't want me to argue the rest of the merits of the case, ultimately I'm not sure that it's positive here because I think the claim fails under even a more relaxed preponderance of the evidence or reasonable doubt standard, Your Honor.
I would reserve ruling on that issue. I think it's kind of a difficult issue in regards to this, and it may or may not make much difference when we get down the road. The other question I have is there was a certification of the election results by the Nevada Supreme Court. Does that have any impact on this hearing? And again, if you look at the statute and the timetables that things have to be done under Nevada law, and you do have time periods in which to file a contest and it was filed properly within the time period. So I'm not sure it technically has any impact. So just a final comment.
Your Honor, I think that's a very good question, something that we looked at.
I always like to hear that. I ask the very good.
It's a good question from the very nature of the fact that came from the bench, I know. Your Honor, the contest statute is I think, quite clear about the timing and the fact that the ministerial action of certification by the Secretary of State and then the governor does not take away the court's ability to enter an order on a contest. Of course, just by the timing that the General Assembly has laid out on that, I think is very clear. And up until matter of fact, the law actually is that you can see from the legislative history on the contest statute that it is anticipated that the timing has to be so truncated because no one is able to take the oath of their position until the contest is decided. And so that is the important time frame to look at for the contest position, is to actually go down the legislative history. If we haven't cited that, we can get that and provide that to the court. that the important thing is whether they've taken their oaths to actually then begin their terms, and they can't take those oaths until the contest is actually decided. And so that would be separate and apart from the certification process by the Secretary of State. Otherwise, the timing laid out by the legislature just would be impossible for there being an election contest at all. It would render the entire statute a nullity.
Your Honor, I think the Nevada law speaks to that in NRS 2317, sub 4. Whenever an election is annulled or set aside by the court, and the court does not declare some candidate elected, the certificate of election or the commission, if any has been issued, is void and the office is vacant. So I think, without having spent a lot of time thinking about it, that the action by the Nevada Supreme Court does not prevent this matter from going forward to a judgment.
Thank you. I agree with both of you. Thank you in respect to this matter in regards to that. So at this time, basically, the court's prepared to go ahead. Now, if you want to start with your argument, again, we're kind of limiting everybody in time. You can reserve whatever time you want. The law clerk is keeping track. She's very diligent at this, so. And I want you to know that I've read all the briefs. Up to the briefs, up to that, and I've read as much of that as I possibly could from 5 o'clock until noon today in respect to that, and there's a significant amount of pages there, but I concentrated primarily on what both counsel know. I read primarily the depositions of the experts in regards to this particular matter. Spent a good deal of time going through that, and I felt that was probably one of the most important places to start, so we're back to it.
But, Your Honor, we understand that there was a substantial amount of submissions in this case. In a very truncated position to get it all forward for the court. I was reminded of the old adage that if I had more time, it would have been shorter. In this case, we think that almost everything that we have given to the court is something that is important for the resolution of this matter. It is all critical information that we've been able to gather in a month, and we appreciate the court's consideration of that and taking up all the time that the court has in looking at everything. We are actually also just put together something this morning that we thought might be helpful, and that is an additional exhibit index that gives the particular exhibit and which binder it's in for our binders. Can we hand that up to the court?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we will make sure that we get one of those to opposing counsel promptly as well, if it hasn't already. Your Honor, I'm going to go for about 35 minutes right now, and then I'm going to withhold the rest of my time for rebuttal, if I can do math. Your Honor, this case is about the failure of the electoral system in an election. And no one ever wants to say that, but it's true. The evidence proves it. The questions are, how did this happen? Who's responsible? And what do we do about it? Our free, fair, and open elections are a source of national pride. We spend untold millions of dollars around the world preaching the benefits of election integrity. We make sure that elections are decided by the people who vote in them and not by outside actors trying to influence the results. Voters who are the ones that are legally able to cast those votes, and the importance that every voter gets only one vote. The evidence that we have submitted is compelling. it shows that election officials planned and implemented an election system that would be highly susceptible to fraud, that it would ignore the best practices developed over the years, and eschew meaningful observation.
Go ahead and get started.
This was made worse, as Mr. Gessler's expert testimony makes clear, by
Maybe close that door too far. Carter, they're coming in.
Yeah. Okay, I would like to make an announcement. We have a lot of people who are wanting to speak, who had previously signed up to speak, and I know that it's getting late, and we will continue on until about 7. If you are here and you would like to fill out your statement in affidavit form, you can do that down in room 341, and that will be collected and it will be delivered to the members of the committee. And there will be a notary available down there for you to do that from the Office of the Secretary of the Senate. So we will now pick up where we were, I think, with Scott Walter.
Yes, Scott Walter.
Scott Walter. Okay.
And Chairman Ligon, distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the issue of a private interest group selectively funding Georgia election offices. I applaud your investigating all sorts of election irregularities, but even if, for the sake of argument, not one vote in the...
Sorry, can I interrupt you? Could you announce who you're with?
I apologize.
That's okay.
I'm Scott Walter, president of the Capital Research Center.
Okay.
Washington, D.C. We're a think tank that specializes in studying the nonprofit world.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah.
No trouble. As I said, just for the sake of argument, let's say not one vote in the whole state was fraudulent or miscounted. You would still have the problem that I'm here to describe, and it did not occur only in the past. As we speak, the very same private nonprofit is continuing to offer local Georgia election offices money. This supposedly nonpartisan nonprofit is itself funded to the tune of $350 million by one billionaire family, Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg's. Why should this disturb you or the citizens of Georgia? I can answer that with a simple question. Does every one of you facing your next election know that some geographic locales hold more votes for you than others? Do you know the demographic characteristics of persons most likely to vote for you? Their ages, marital status, sex, race, and the like? Of course you do. That's how you and every candidate build electoral majorities and win. Political activists in and out of the official political parties know these simple truths as well, and they use ever more sophisticated micro-targeting to turn out voters. That's fine when the activists are connected to our political parties or when they're in groups like the National Rifle Association or Planned Parenthood, whose legal status publicly acknowledges that they intend to influence public policy, register voters, and otherwise engage in political battles in ways that often benefit one political party or the other. By contrast, it's not right when in Georgia and other battleground states you have political parties and elections significantly helped by the type of nonprofit that's not supposed to get in the middle of elections, the so-called 501c3 nonprofit that's supposed to be charitable, educational, religious, and strictly nonpartisan. I don't want to see donors or C3 nonprofits anywhere along the political spectrum subtly manipulating elections through gifts to government offices. But this year in Georgia, tens of millions of dollars from that single nonprofit, funded by that single billionaire family, the Zuckerbergs, first flowed into a C3 called the Center for Tech and Civic Life, and then those millions flowed into dozens of Georgia election offices. Not in all the counties, only in 44 of the state's 159 counties, according to CTCL's limited public disclosure. More than 2/3 of the counties in Georgia received nothing. That money made a dramatic difference in your election this November, and it was not a nonpartisan difference. You shouldn't be surprised the center's results were partisan, because its leaders all come from a Democratic-aligned nonprofit group called the New Organizing Institute, which was so successful boosting the Democratic Party in elections that the Washington Post gushed it was, quote, the Democratic Party's Hogwarts of digital wizardry, close quote. Online messaging and all forms of voter outreach were this group's bread and butter. These wizards know how to turn the right people into registered voters and get them to the polls for their favored candidates. The Capital Research Center, where I work, has not been able to verify all the funding the Center for Tech and Civic Life gave Georgia counties because the center isn't disclosing its grants to us or the Associated Press or other inquirers, even though it will have to disclose those grants in its next IRS filing a year from now. But using local government records and news accounts, we've captured many of the grant amounts, including what were likely the largest ones given to the largest urban areas. I'll read you just a few of our findings. While I do, ask yourself, do these numbers sound nonpartisan? Should private interest groups like this, backed by a billionaire or two, rather than the state legislators of Georgia, be allowed to pick and choose where to boost election funding and turnout in the Peach State? Okay, first, hoping to forestall criticisms like mine, I suspect, CTCL funded more counties won by Republican candidate Trump than by Democratic candidate Biden, 27 counties to 17. But that's misleading. A much better comparison, CTCL funded 21% of Trump counties versus 55% of Biden counties. So a Biden county was over 2.5 times more likely to receive funding. 9 out of 10 of CTCL's largest grants went to Biden counties. Or look at the 10 counties in Georgia that had the biggest shifts toward the Democratic candidate in their voting from 2016 to 2020. 9 of the 10 received CTCL grants. And those 9 grantees averaged a 13.7% shift toward the Democrat. 2 of the counties, Cobb and Gwinnett, were among the 4 counties that delivered Biden the most votes. Of those 4 counties that gave Biden 100,000 votes or more, CTCL funded all 4, Clayton, DeKalb, Fulton, and Gwinnett. And it funded those counties lavishly. Per capita, those counties were funded between $4.38 and $10.47 for every man, woman, and child. By contrast, so far as we currently know, only 1 county won by Trump was funded over $1 per capita. That was Cherokee, but its Democratic vote leapt up 70% compared to a 24% rise in its Republican vote. Trump counties like Carroll, Camden, and Lumpkin got around $0.50 or less. Biden carried 33 counties that delivered him 10,000 votes or more. CTCL funded 70%. By contrast, Trump carried 46 counties by 10,000 votes or more. CTCL funded only 20%. So that means the most vote-rich counties for Biden were 3.5 times more likely to be funded than Trump's most vote-rich counties. In sum, if you total the votes in all the 44 counties that CTCL funded, The Republican presidential vote rose by 207,000 this election versus the last. The Democratic presidential vote jumped by 530,000, or more than 2.5 times the Republican rise. Of course, the CTCL is not the only factor in this year's elections in Georgia, but I insist it is not a small factor. I urge you to investigate every dealing it had with every county. Did the contacts begin from the center's side? What preconditions did the center put on its funding? Did the counties fulfill their budgetary and other obligations under Georgia state law when using these funds? Who designed voter education material and advertisements? Was any money spent on training that would help prevent vote fraud, such as how to match signatures? Above all, I urge you to consider whether you ever again want to permit privatized elections in Georgia, where wealthy donors steer resources so unequally and inequitably. Some states forbid such funding. You can too.
I have a question for you. Are you in essence saying that by doing this that campaign finance laws are being circumvented? Is that part of what you're saying?
My specialty is nonprofit law, and I can tell you that the federal nonprofit law for C3s like this is very murky. It's possible to do voter registration and get out the vote if you're a C3 legally, but it has to be strictly nonpartisan. If it's not strictly nonpartisan, then you are violating federal tax law. I think it's a shame that your colleagues in DC's Congress haven't done a better job of spelling out that line. I can tell you that Republican and conservative groups, they do not do this with C3 money. C3 foundations don't fund, and C3 groups don't execute voter registration and get out the vote. They just don't, because they're scared they're going to break the law. The left is shameless, and because the line is murky, they're happy to leap over it. You are right, I'm not an election expert, but you're right too that the FEC might be persuadable that this was an in-kind contribution to one side or the other, but that's not for me to say.
All right. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Senator Jordan.
Thank you for being here. It's my understanding that these were COVID relief grants. Is that correct?
Ma'am, that's what they called them.
But they are called COVID relief grants?
That's what they're called. I don't believe that the Democratic partisans who actually run the institution suddenly discovered a concern for COVID, and the fact that they are experts in voter turnout for one particular party entirely slipped their mind.
And specifically, the money was to help counties and local election officials to ensure safe and healthy elections because of the pandemic. Isn't that correct?
That's what they said, ma'am.
Okay, and with respect to that, the counties could seek those grants, get the grants, and then use them very specifically for PPE or any other initiatives that were intended to make it safer for voters to actually vote during a pandemic.
Well, you know, ma'am, that is a wonderful question, because I think you should be investigating those counties to see if that's what they did. I can show you some of the contracts that have been made public that were made with places like Philadelphia, for instance. PPE was not a very high priority in the contracts that they made with those government jurisdictions. What mattered was things like advertising and voter education materials and the rest. So I'm sorry, I don't believe they're very sincere.
Okay, so let me just close the circle here. Do you have any evidence whatsoever that anything untoward happened with those funds with respect to the counties that got the grants? In Georgia, not anywhere else, in this state?
There is very little evidence that the money went toward actual COVID concerns. And again, I urge you all to investigate that to see where the truth lies. The legality of all this is highly murky under both election law and tax law.
So the answer is no.
Ma'am, I think I use a very good 501c3 tax lawyer to make sure that we don't violate anything. When I sent him my testimony, his instant response was their tax exemption should be revoked. So that expert in law thinks that just what you heard today is absolute evidence of impropriety.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any other questions? Thank you, sir, for being here today. We appreciate your testimony.
Thanks so much. It's an honor.
I think I would like to ask if I could break with protocol. We have Mark Davis here. I need to get him up if that's okay. Mr. Davis, if you would come on up, please. And Mr. Davis, if you would tell us your name, where you live, what you do, and I know you've been here a while, but tell us your concerns.
Thank you for having me, everyone. Pleasure to speak with you today. My name is Mark Davis, and I'm the president of Data Productions. The committee has a copy of my sworn affidavit. For the sake of time, I've kind of boiled it down to maybe a 3 or 4 minute presentation, and hopefully I won't get too far in the weeds with you here. I'm certainly going to try to keep your attention. I've been working with voter data for more than 30 years. I've testified as an expert witness in a total of 5 election disputes. When I processed an update to my copy of the Georgia database I received in August, I saw hundreds of thousands of voters whose name and address records matched against USPS national change of address records. I've been seeing similar numbers for many years now. My understanding of the core issue is that every state in the union is permitted to address those issues in accordance with the provisions of the 1993 National Voter Registration Act. The act permits a Secretary of State to mail a voter with an NCOA match at both their old and new addresses to obtain confirmation of the change of address, but as a practical matter, when that happens, those requests are often ignored. The only other remedy available to a Secretary of State under that law is to allow the voter's registration to age out of the system for inactivity, which can often take years. The net effect of all that is our Georgia database always contains hundreds of thousands of people who have filed changes of address with the USPS stating they have moved away from the address shown on their voter registration records, and that opens up a Pandora's box of potential issues. I have recently completed NCOA processing on another copy of the voter database I obtained just last week. It showed approximately 267,255 voters who have told the USPS they were moving to an address out of state. Some of those will no doubt be students and people serving in the military who intend to return to Georgia, and of course, lawfully they are permitted to vote. I show just under 15,000 of those out-of-state movers voted in our November general election. The NCOA processing also revealed approximately 313,000 or so voters who moved within the state of Georgia. Those who move within a county can still vote in that county and update their registration as required. However, of those who moved within the state, I'm showing 122,000 or so who moved across county lines. Most of them obeyed the law and did not cast ballots. That said, I do show over 40,000 voters who moved across county lines more than 30 days before the election, but then cast a ballot in their previous county of residence. If those were all temporary relocations, they were eligible, but I think it highly likely the vast majority are not temporary. Georgia law states if a voter moves more than 30 days before the election and has failed to update the registration, he or she may not lawfully cast a ballot in the county they previously resided in, which makes a great deal of sense. Outside of that 30-day grace period or a temporary change of address, a person who does not permanently reside in a county that cast a vote in has no legal or moral right to cast votes for public servants who no longer represent them. A person who moves across county lines more than 30 days before the election and fails to update their registration is no longer allowed to cast a vote in their old county and at the same time is not properly registered to vote in their new county. It appears to me we probably had tens of thousands of unlawful votes cast in our last election. I can only imagine how many close election contests have been affected by these issues over the years.
Any questions for Mr. Davis? Senator Dolezal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 5. Thank you, Mr. Davis, for being here. I've actually been looking forward to your testimony since we had the opportunity to speak outside earlier. I think that this may be where there's the most there when we're looking at what happened in our past election. I think this is probably where there's the most there of what we need to fix going forward. I'd like for you, if you can, to highlight for me some locations where in your data you've seen hundreds or even thousands of people registered to vote from the same address.
Well, I ran that query just last night, and there's one homeless shelter that I believe that counts over 2,000. Several on the list are homeless shelters, and you see hundreds or even thousands of voters there. Now, I'm told that that's encouraged. I try to think through that in my head, and I see lots of potential for fraud there. It's a concern for me. If just anybody can go register at a homeless shelter and vote, I don't know. I think that's something we need to be looking at. To be honest, I've been more focused on these change of address and residency issues lately.
So let's talk about those for a second. So what happens is somebody informs the United States Postal Service, and I just recently did this, hey, I'm moving. We then, depending on, like you mentioned, depending on whether it's in county, out of state, depends on what should happen with them in the voter rolls. How many people are you aware of, and I asked the Secretary of Staff this question this morning, they did not know. How many people are you aware of in the state of Georgia who filed a COA request with the U.S. Postal Service and also requested an absentee ballot and had their absentee ballot mailed to them outside of the state of Georgia?
I believe that number's right at about 15,000. But again, if they're students of the military or they have a legitimate reason to be located out of state and they intend to come back, then those votes are lawful.
Are you aware of any specific cases maybe that you could highlight for us, not using real names, but using some fake names of people that perhaps we would assume are not students, people that maybe you've looked at their LinkedIn file or you have other information on them being employed out of state, yet they're still voting as Georgia residents?
With this data, I wanted some other eyes on it. So I've made a friend who's a former FBI special agent, and he's kind of a nerd about data like I am, and I've kind of brought him into it, and I gave him a copy of the data, and he has spent days pouring through it and tells all kinds of interesting stories about people who moved to Portland 4 years ago, moved from 3 different apartments during that period, voted in Georgia. A guy took a job in New York, lives up there now, voted in Georgia. The 1993 NVRA forces every Secretary of State in this union to keep millions and millions of bogus registrations on their rolls. And in some of the cases where I've testified as an expert witness, it's not enough to go in there and say, here's proof this person moved. The only time I've seen judges actually take action is when you put that voter on the stand under oath and say, did you move from this address to this address with the intention of changing your permanent residency? And when we've done that, then the judges have ruled with us. But absent that, under the NVRA, our Secretary of State is virtually powerless to remove them. What's interesting to me is a whole lot of these that I picked up, they've already been put on inactive status. And if you look in the field for status reason, it says NCOA. In other words, our Secretary of State has already picked these up at some point, a lot of them, large numbers of them. But he's powerless to do anything about it until they age off the rolls. Now, there's a difference between the requirements of the 1993 NVRA and our own state laws. If you read 21.2, 217, and 218, our residency requirements for actually casting a vote are pretty crystal clear, okay? But there's a disconnect between making it unlawful to cast a vote in unlawful circumstances or when your residency is not correct. There's a difference between that and actually cleaning up the rolls here, because there's just a lot of room for a lot of issues there with all this all these bogus voters on our rolls still. I mean, some of these folks that are registered here are no doubt registered in other states. We don't know because we don't have a national registry. In my view, our federal government should create one. If you're a New York snowbird and you spend your winters in Florida, you should be able to still vote in New York. But the minute you decide Florida's your home and you register to vote there, that information should go to a national voter clearinghouse and then straight to New York. And as soon as you've registered in Florida, you should come off the rolls in New York. The other thing we can do about it is get the Postal Service to change the way they do NCOA. They should ask, is this change of address temporary or permanent? And if they did just that, so we gather that data, and then we change the law and allow our secretaries of state to actually act on it, we could go a long way towards cleaning up this problem.
You mentioned earlier that approximately 40,000 people filed a change of address form from one county to a new county in the state of Georgia, yet voted in their old county. Is that correct?
Yes, and see, there's
Can I ask you
actually
a follow-up question real quick on that, if you don't mind? What was the breakdown of how did they vote? How many of them were ABM? How many of them were early in person? How many of them were voted on election day?
I'd have to dig it out of my affidavit, but off the top of my head, I'm wanting to say it was maybe 18,000 absentee and 12 in person day of.
Okay, thank you.
But I want to make a point there. Okay, there was actually 122,000 folks that are similarly situated. Most of them followed the law and didn't cast a ballot. Okay, so there's kind of a 14th Amendment issue there of equal protection. You know, why do some people get to break the law and vote, and some people who know better and don't, they don't have their vote counted? So that's troubling too. I think one thing that we could do that would be very helpful is if we identified these folks going into an election and sent them a notice of some kind saying, hey, this is what we see. We want you voting in the right place for the right people, and we want your vote to count. Please take steps to get this corrected if this applies to you. If your change of residence was permanent, not temporary, then take the steps needed to protect your right to vote. Otherwise, they don't have any business voting for a sheriff of a county they don't live in anymore.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Senator Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Number 3. Mr. Davis, in regards to our upcoming runoff election, January the 5th, are you saying that if people are doing what we think they're doing, they're just coming into our state to register to vote in that election, that our Secretary of State or basically this legislature is powerless to do anything about them, and that so-called fine of $100,000 and 10 years in prison means absolutely nothing?
Well, that's kind of a different subject. I know they're going to be having investigators look at the rolls and whatnot. But what I can tell you is this. There's over 500,000 folks on the Georgia voter database that have told the U.S. Postal Service they were moving elsewhere, okay? Over 250,000 of those out of the state. So if there's a group out there trying to get those folks to vote here in Georgia by chasing them down their new address, that information is readily available simply by running NCOA on the voter database. And they could be contacted and encouraged to vote here. And arguably, if they make the argument that they only moved away temporarily, They could legally get away with it, even if the truth of the matter is that they actually did move away permanently.
A follow-up, please. What about people moving into the state in this little short window that we have that can say they live in a dorm room or they live in a, a hotel room or whatever? What about that issue?
It's hard to detect, but we can see who registered recently, and we can give them increased scrutiny, and, I would suggest we should.
Senator Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Davis, and you might have said this earlier, but how many ballots were requested and sent out outside of the state, whether it be military or
I haven't run the count of how many were sent, but the count of how many voted was about 15,000. Now, if they're all students or military or temporary address changes, fine.
Right.
But if that's not the case, there's probably some illegal votes in there. I know that of the folks that moved across county lines within the state, we probably have a great deal of those that were just flat out wrong.
Right.
I mean, I just have a hard time believing that, 40,000 folks would just temporarily move within the state intending to go back where they used to live.
Right.
So,
Senator Brass?
7. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Davis, of that 40,000, is there a way to drill down and determine which counties?
Absolutely.
Were there any counties that stood out that had way more than any other county?
If you'll give me your card, I'll send you that query. I've done it. I don't have it with me.
Okay.
I can tell you that when I did drill down and I geocoded and mapped the people at their new address, and I looked at that map, these issues seem to be happening in literally every county in the state, just all over the place.
Fair enough. Thank you.
So no question. Okay. Senator Tillery?
I'm Blake Tillery. I thought I saw today where we were actually sued, or the Secretary of State's office was actually sued possibly today, or maybe it was yesterday, for trying to clean up some of the questions that you just proposed. Did you see that?
I'm unaware of it, but I don't doubt it. This is the thing, I try to be fair to the Secretary of State, and he's handicapped by the 1993 NVRA. And if you look in my my sworn statement that I filed, I've got a link in there to the DOJ website that's got a FAQ, frequently asked questions, and one of them explains what a Secretary of State has to go through just to remove a voter from our rolls who moved away 4 years ago. There was one case that I testified in up in House 28 where we found a guy who sold his house here, moved to North Carolina, and has been coming back here to vote for years, okay? And so I said to the attorney, well, why don't we get him in court? We can't have this. And he's like, well, subpoenaing somebody from out of state is tough and expensive, and we've got lower hanging fruit, so we'll just let it go. But that stuff happens. And, I mean, you can point fingers at the Secretary of State, but from what I see, when a Republican Secretary of State does his job and lets voters age out who moved years ago, and then he finally does a purge, he's accused of Republican vote suppression. Well, when a Democrat Secretary of State does the same thing, he's praised for his quality list management. So that's my take on it for what it's worth. But they're all subject to the exact same law. They all have the exact same issues, and they all have the exact same limitations.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Davis. We're going to move on now. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
And you can get with Senator Brass and get him the information that he requested. Now we're going to hear from Dr. John Eastman by Zoom. Yes. And did you want to introduce him, Mr. Smith?
Mr. Eastman, can you hear me?
What's his name?
Eastman, can you hear me?
We can't hear him.
We can't hear him.
I've got my mute off. Hang on.
Okay, there you go. We can hear you now.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Okay. Can you introduce yourself, please, and tell us your background, please?
Sure. My name is John Eastman. I'm a professor of constitutional law and former dean at the Chapman University Fowler School of Law. I'm also serving this year as a visiting scholar at the University of Colorado at its Benson Center, and I'm a senior fellow at the Claremont Institute.
Thank you. Professor Eastman, I believe you're going to talk to us today about the Electoral College process and how that affects the legislature here.
Sure. Thanks very much. And Chairman Ligon and the members of the subcommittee, thank you for inviting me to testify at this very important hearing. My scholarly work and expertise have always revolved around the structural provisions of the federal Constitution. And because of that, similarly, 20 years ago, I was invited to testify before the Florida legislature as they were dealing with issues similar to what you're dealing with now. At that time, no one had given much attention, scholarly or otherwise, to the role the Constitution assigns to state legislatures in determining the manner of choosing electors. And it's a little bit foreign to us now because we haven't really done what the Constitution authorizes fully for a very long time. The last time the issue really came up was in the election of 1876, and I don't think any of us, maybe Mayor Giuliani, I don't think any of us were around back at that time. But in the wake of that controversy, Congress passed the Electoral Count Act of 1887, and which aimed to clarify some of the processes. That act, too, didn't get much attention until the 2000 election down in Florida. And before we really got into the intricacies of that act, the Supreme Court's resolution of the case in Bush versus Gore kind of ended the matter. But since then, there's been a whole lot of scholarship done. And most of it is confirmed with the written testimony I gave to the Florida legislature there. And it's that process that I want to focus on. Let me begin with the relevant provision of the U.S. Constitution that, Ray, you talked about earlier in your testimony this morning. Article 2, Section 1 provides that each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors to which they're entitled. The Supreme Court has described this constitutional authority of the state legislatures as plenary. That means it knows no other limit. That the legislature gets to do what it wants. That was in a 1892 case called McPherson versus Blacker, and it was reiterated by the Supreme Court in the Bush versus Gore case back in 2000. It even is noted that whatever provisions may be made by statute or by the state constitution to choose electors by the people, there is no doubt that the federal Constitution gives the right to the legislature to resume that power at any time. That's again McPherson, and the Bush versus Gore decision reiterated that. In the early decades of our nation's history, most state legislatures selected their state's presidential electors themselves. Only after 1824 did a majority of state legislatures move toward choosing their electors by popular vote. But your neighboring state legislature up in South Carolina continued to choose its state electors by itself all the way up until 1860. Nevertheless, the constitutional power to decide on the method for choosing electors remains exclusively with the state legislatures. Now, to be sure, the authority to take back that power and appoint electors at any time, as the Supreme Court said in McPherson, would likely not allow a legislature to pick its own slate of electors after the results of a fair election, which have been conducted pursuant to the legislature's existing statutory procedures, merely on the ground that the legislature didn't like the outcome that the popular vote had chosen. As the Supreme Court said in Bush versus Gore, when the state legislature vests the right to vote for president in its people, the right to vote as the legislature has prescribed is fundamental. But that's not the case when the existing procedures are not followed. And when significant statistical anomalies and other evidence raising serious questions about voter fraud and about whether the election was fair. In such cases, the manner for choosing electors set out by the legislature was not followed. The constitutional default of the legislature exercising its plenary power, or rather resuming that power, is therefore again brought to the forefront. As the court noted in Bush versus Gore, the right to vote in election for presidential electors is fundamental when done in the manner the legislature has prescribed. Now, what you've been hearing today is a lot of testimony about how the statutes that you had prescribed for the manner of choosing electors were not complied with. By the way, this is all in perfect line with federal statutory authority as well. Section 2 of Title 8 provides that whenever a state has held an election for the purpose of choosing electors and has failed to make a choice on the day prescribed by law, the electors may be appointed on a subsequent day in such manner as the legislature of such state may direct. The failure of state election officials to follow the manner you had set out in statutes in conducting this election, as well as the intermingling of illegal and legal ballots in significant enough numbers that the election can't be validly certified, quite simply means that the state has failed to make a choice on election day in accordance with the manner that you prescribed. And the appointment of electors, therefore, both under Article 2 and Section 2 of Title 3, devolves back on the legislature of the state, which has plenary power to decide whether and how to exercise the appointment power itself or craft some other mechanism to cure the problems with the state election that occurred. That is what the Florida legislature was prepared to do in 2000, prior to the resolution of that state's election controversy back in 2000. The vote on that day had been certified by the Florida Secretary of State, but the state Supreme Court had, contrary to state law, ordered a recount in only heavily Democrat counties with the expectation that that would flip the vote that had been certified. The relevant committees in the Florida legislature, both houses, crafted identical resolutions that would allow the legislature to reclaim its plenary power of choosing its own slate of electors. Those resolutions passed out of the relevant committees, and they were already scheduled for floor votes where they were expected both to pass when the Supreme Court issued its decision in Bush versus Gore, making that unnecessary. Violations of Georgia election law here, which is to say the manner that the Georgia legislature has established for choosing president electors, are numerous. As you've been hearing testimony all day today, the number of underage individuals who are allowed to register contrary to the statutory authority amounts allegedly up to approximately 66,000 people. 2,500 people who are convicted and incarcerated felons were allowed to vote and have those votes counted contrary to state law. Proofs of identity that are required under state law were not complied with. Voters, as you just heard, moving from one county to another before a 30-day window, as the statutes allow, were allowed to have their votes counted and cast in the prior county of their residence, contrary to state law. A number of voters don't even have registration of residential addresses, but P.O. boxes, and have been allowed to vote and cast ballots, contrary to state law. I think the biggest one is a result of the March 2020 settlement agreement that was entered into with your Secretary of State and certain Democrat committee challengers that effectively altered the signature verification process for your absentee ballots in ways that are contrary to state law. Those state statutes are all designed to help prevent fraud, and yet their violations now then have created a serious problem with the potential for fraud. Just on the absentee ballots itself, the signature verification process normally results in the rejection of about 3 to 4% of absentee ballots for failing to include a residential address or for signatures that clearly do not match those on registration. Because of the changed procedures as a result of that settlement agreement, and that was agreement that was entered into without any involvement of the legislature, which means it was done contrary to the U.S. Constitution's authority in Article 1, Section 2. The rejection rates in this election were like 1/3 of 1%. With the resulting about 40,000 ballots that would have been discounted or rejected historically were allowed to be cast and counted. That's a significant deviation from the manner that this legislature has set out. These significant statutory violations are, in my view, more than enough in the way of the alteration of the legislature's approved manner of choosing electors to warrant this legislature from taking back its plenary power to determine the manner of choosing electors. You could do that by calling a special election, although the time is very tight for that and may be logistically impossible. But you could also do what the Florida legislature was prepared to do, which is to adopt a slate of electors yourself. And when you add in the mix of the significant statistical anomalies and sworn affidavits and video evidence of outright election fraud, I don't think it's just your authority to do that, but quite frankly, I think you have a duty to do that, to protect the integrity of the election here in Georgia. These violations, combined with the significant evidence of fraud, in my view, strongly support the conclusion that something is amiss here, and that the legislature simply must investigate, as you're doing with this hearing today. And then if there's a result of this investigation, you're convinced that the election was conducted contrary to state law and too fraught with the risk of fraud to be properly certified, then you should exercise your prerogative to legislatively designate a slate of electors more in line with what the evidence of what actually happened on Election Day by valid votes demonstrated. Now, I also think it's important that this legislature take the action before next Tuesday, December 8th. And my apologies, I have a typo in my written testimony that I provided that said December 6th, because that's when this deadline for taking advantage of safe harbor provisions in federal law, Title III, Section 5 of the U.S. Code kicks in. But certainly before December 14th, when the electors are designated by Congress to meet and cast their votes. Only by such action can this legislature protect Georgia's right to choose electors for the election of president and vice president in accord with the statutory manner that you had set out well in advance of Election Day on November 3rd. And it's those electors that you decide need to be established that should be counted by a joint session of Congress, which begins at 1 p.m. on January 6th in 2021. Thank you very much for your attention. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, are there any questions?
Thank you, Professor Eastman.
Senator Parent has a question, and you're on number 6.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, good. Thank you so much for being with us. I find all this a very interesting constitutional argument. So correct me if I'm wrong here, your argument is that essentially we have a failed election that would require the legislature to step in and assign electors. Am I correct?
Yes.
And what do you say in terms of proving that there's a failed election? What do you say to what's been laid out by our Secretary of State, Governor, Attorney General Barr, and the courts? Because right now there have not been, as far as I'm aware, proof of the number of ballots that would be required to have been problematic to switch the election and call it a failed election. I don't know where the evidence is. What do you say to that?
Well, there are two issues here. There's one, this extent of the fraud in the casting of ballots, and the other, which is undisputed, the failure to comply with the statutory scheme that this legislature had sent out. You can say that there's no fraud whatsoever, but if the statutory scheme is not followed, the manner of choosing electors set out by this legislature, which has the sole authority to decide what that manner is not violated. It has been violated. Okay. And therefore the election is invalid, even without any evidence of fraud.
Well, can I ask you, what is the statutory scheme that, in your opinion, was not followed?
Well, I recited several of the provisions of the state statutes that were not complied with in my testimony.
I don't have your testimony, sir. I apologize.
Yeah, no, that's all right. So I think the biggest one was the change in the signature verification process on absentee ballots that was done as a result of a settlement agreement.
I'm aware
that did not invoke the legislature.
Right.
Now, the problem with that is you had a judiciary and you had executive officials changing the statutory mechanism. The only authority to do that is the legislature.
So I understand
and the legislature did not do that.
I understand the argument. Can I, and I apologize for interrupting. I just want to get sort of the things I'm really focused on answered. So the Secretary of State's position is that the law was not changed. They just, essentially, they said, this is how we're going to do it to ensure uniformity under the law through guidance to the counties, and the law wasn't changed.
Well, I mean, I've looked at the statute and I've looked at the consent decree, and the consent decree very clearly allows signature verification only of the signature on the application for absentee ballot. Whereas the law requires signature verification of both the signature on the application and the signature on file with the registration card.
But sir, isn't that what we did?
That change from or to and is a significant change.
I do believe that the procedure is you check them both, so there's signature verification 2 times.
Not according to the consent decree. It says or. It says or, and that's a significant change over the statutory scheme. It's only one of the significant changes.
Okay, but wouldn't you agree
that I recite in my testimony.
But would you agree that if the procedure is that they check it twice, that's actually preferable?
Yes, that's what the statute requires.
And I believe
but the
that's
consent decree allows it to be checked only once. The statute has a double protection there. The consent decree only has a single protection. And that's a change from the statutory protection against fraud that the legislature had adopted that was not complied with.
Well, you and I have I'm not sure that's correct. I think it's checked twice. And I think that's what the guidance said. But can we move on? And what else was statutorily not followed that, in your opinion, resulted in a failed election?
Section 21-2-216 on registration of underage voters. They're allowed to do that up to 6 months before they turn 18, if they will be 18 by the time of the election. That was not complied with. People were allowed to register to vote more than a year ahead of their 18th birthday. That looks like more than 66,000 people were illegally allowed to register and vote in violation of that statutory scheme. Felons were allowed to vote in violation of the statutory scheme. The failure to check voter identity was, requirements of state statutes were violated. Those violations of the state statute, and let me give a comparison. In North Carolina in 2018, in the congressional district number 9 there, somebody violated state statutes by doing ballot harvesting that was not allowed under Florida law. Nobody demonstrated or proved that any of those harvested ballots had been illegally cast by people who weren't proper voters. Mm-hmm. Nevertheless, the violation of the state law was enough for the state election board to order a re-election as a result. I think the same thing has gone here with these violations of the state statutes.
And if I may very briefly wrap it up. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm aware of the North Carolina situation. I think the difference that at least I feel is I haven't seen any evidence of any of the things that you're talking about. So we would need some sort of court intervention. We would need a successful lawsuit. We would need the state elections board to take action the way you described happened in another state. And right now what we have is in our law 21-2501F, where the legislature has decreed that the candidate receiving the most votes is who the electors will represent. That's what we have in our law.
Well, with all due respect, the candidate receiving the most votes in an election conducted in according with all the other provisions of your state election law. When that was not done, you don't have a valid election. And this is exactly what happened in Florida when the state Supreme Court started ordering things on recounts that were contrary to state law. The Florida legislature didn't wait for a determination of a court to say our state law was violated. They made that determination themselves and passed resolution to protect their electoral votes. I mean, and it is their sole authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to do that.
So there's a lot of fraud that even the Attorney General of the United States has not found? I'm confused. I'm sorry. And
well, no, you went back to the very first point you made. There doesn't have to be evidence of fraud, although I think there's rampant evidence of fraud, as you've been hearing all day today. The mere violation of your state statutes is sufficient for this to be an invalid election and to return the power to determine the manner of choosing electors to this body.
Senator Jones.
Dr. Eason's Burt Jones, Jackson, Georgia. Appreciate you being here today. And I appreciate you educating the members of the committee here on constitutional law, which I'm sure most of us needed to hear. But with the argument that we've been presented as far as the irregularities with the voting and also the consent order that our Secretary of State went into as well back in March, With us also having another election coming on the horizon on January 5th, with all these questions swirling around the November 3rd election, wouldn't it be in our best interest to try to correct these things as a legislative body before the January 5th election runoff?
I do think it would be in your interest and the interest of the voters of Georgia to fix this, to make clear what the statutes say. And when the consent decree, if as I read it, is contrary to your state statutes, to determine that that consent decree has no validity over the operation of the legislature. The executive officials don't have authority to constrain the manner that you, the legislature, have chosen, because that power is given to you as a plenary power by the federal Constitution. And what the Supreme Court said in McPherson is not even your state constitution constrain your authority on that. So certainly a consent decree entered into by the Democrat Party and your Secretary of State can't constrain the manner that you have set out for choosing electors. And if I'm right that the consent decree violates those state statutes, it's the state statute that is supposed to govern.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you being here and answering our questions.
Senator Dolezal.
Thank you, Chair. Should have that memorized by now, probably.
That's right.
Dr. Eastman, thank you for joining us. I want to unpack this settlement agreement a little bit relative to what it changed in our law. And I think the operative word is actually any. And if you look on page 3 of the agreement, essentially what we did is we introduced new source material into the second signature check. Right, so to reference what Senator Parent was saying, the two checks that are envisioned under our code should both be checks against the file the signature that's on file in ENET. And what changed in the settlement agreement was to introduce something the law never envisioned. It introduces into the second signature match that is on the ballot, the actual absentee ballot envelope, to compare that and to allow the original signature that was on the absentee ballot request form to all of a sudden become source material, and that we only now require it to match any of the voters' signatures on file in ENET or on the absentee ballot application. Our law never envisioned comparing the signature on the ballot with the signature on the ballot application. So essentially what we did was we ignored the double check, because by allowing the first check to essentially match the second check, we only have one check. And the law, to Senator Parent's point, should have two checks against that signature that's on file in ENET. And if we wanted to change that, then we should have dealt with this in June when we were sitting in this building to continue our session this year, and we could have had that debate. But what happened here is a fundamental shift in the signature match process that was passed by this legislative body, and it does fundamentally change the source material and essentially moves it from two checks down to one check. So I know you said that the operative word is or, really the operative word is any, that we're now only requiring a match of any signature, not the signature that the statute actually calls for. And there are other things in here that were added procedurally that may be good procedure. But to your point, and I guess this is my question, what do you view in your legal opinion as the bounds by which an executive branch member or a secretary or even a governor has the ability to kind of unpack in guidance and change any shall language or specific language versus their ability to kind of operate within things that are more loosely defined in the code?
Well, kind of clarifying what they view the statute as meaning is, I think, normal part of interpretive regulation. But when they change the manner, and I think, allowing for any signature means I could match it against your first voter registration card, I could match it against your latest registration card, or I could match it merely against the application. Of course, that means if somebody is fraudulently submitting applications in the manner that you heard testimony of just about an hour ago by that college student named named Grace, and I'm sorry I don't recall her last name, that somebody submitted an application on her behalf and voted it on her behalf. Now, if the signature on that ballot when it came in had to be compared with her voter registration card, the fraud would have become manifest. But when all it had to do was be compared to the application, then the double fraud, both on the application and the vote, gets through, and she could be deprived of her right to vote as a result. The second thing they did with that settlement agreement is the statute says, one election official is supposed to determine whether an application for an absentee ballot is valid. It created a higher burden by requiring 3 people to review it. That may be good policy or not, but particularly in light of the massive increase in number of absentee votes, what it did is induce people to be much less careful in the validation process that they were even doing. And it was a looser process than your statutes allow. So I think on several fronts, that settlement agreement is contrary to your state statutes.
Senator Brass, did you have a question? He raised a question. All right. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you.
I recognize you.
So, Professor, I disagree with you in terms of your interpretation of the consent agreement, but we're going to kind of move on from that because I do want to talk about the whole idea of this check, that somehow it's a fraudulent check if you compare the ballot signature to the application signature. I just want to focus on that. You are aware that under Georgia law that the application signature has to be checked against the original registration card or the most current update that the Board of Elections has. Do you understand?
I'm aware of that as well. But one of the allegations that has been made is that because of the massive increase in number of absentee ballots and the increased burden on county officials by going from 1 official to 3 in order to validate that check, that meant that process was not being faithfully complied with, which makes it even more important that the double check that your statute sets out, both on the front end when the application is filed, but also on the back end when the ballot is filed, is submitted, that it be checked against the original voter registration signature or the most recent voter registration card on file.
And respectfully, Professor, but with respect to that allegation that somehow this need to increase kind of eyes on a signature to make sure that it's a valid signature, that somehow overwhelmed county elections offices and prevented them from actually being able to do the appropriate check in terms of a signature match. That's just an allegation that has absolutely no evidence attached to it. Isn't that correct?
Well, it's been an allegation that's been made. I'm not here to talk about the evidentiary proof of it. What I can confirm is that the settlement agreement doesn't, the statute requires the check against the registration signature at both phases, the application phase and the ballot verification phase. The settlement agreement allows that signature verification to be done either against the registration signature or the application signature. There's a double check built into the statute. There's only a single check built into the settlement agreement, and I think that violates state law.
One final. Professor, are you a member of the Bar of Georgia?
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you.
I'm a member of the 11th Circuit Bar, which has federal authority over Georgia, and I'm a member of the Supreme Court Bar.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, are there any other questions? Okay. Yes, Mayor, please, Giuliani.
Professor, it's Rudy Giuliani, who does remember that election in 1876.
Sorry about that, Mayor.
Vaguely. Professor, is it possible for the legislature, if they assume the authority that is theirs under the Constitution, could they make findings?
They could, of course.
Based on
they could make findings based on the investigations they've conducted today.
They had evidence presented today. They've had affidavits presented today. Assume they had fulsome evidence of 3 or 4 violations. Could they make those findings?
They could. And I would encourage them, if they were to take this step with the resolutions I have recommended, that they preface the resolution with a set of findings.
And Professor, presumably action like this will be challenged in the Supreme Court. Should they take this action or some other legislation? How do you see that argument?
Well, it could get to the Supreme Court, or it could be presented to Congress at the joint session of Congress when they begin opening the ballots and counting the ballots. And if you have the governor's certified slate of electors and a legislative's certified slate of electors, unfortunately, Section 15 of Title III is embarrassingly ambiguous about which of those slates of electors ought to be counted. And the 12th Amendment is also a bit ambiguous about who has the final say-so in making that determination. I think a very credible argument can be made that it's the President of the Senate as the presiding officer of that joint session of Congress. The rest of the two houses are supposed to be there to observe, according to the statute and the 12th Amendment. But of course, this is an unresolved issue, and there's scholarship going both directions on that question. And I think at that point, given the confusion of both of the 12th Amendment and the federal relevant statutes, I think the Supreme Court may very well weigh in.
Now, if they do, in fact, have a rational basis for their decision, either based on the law, as you pointed out, or based on factual findings as well, isn't it likely, assuming that that's correct, that the Supreme Court would recognize the power that was been granted to the state in this area and give it some degree of deference?
I think based on the McPherson decision and the Bush versus Gore decision, both the majority per curiam opinion and the concurring opinion by Chief Justice Rehnquist, the late Chief Justice Rehnquist, that would be where I would suspect the majority of the court would go.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Senator Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Professor. Thank you for your presentation.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
One procedural problem that they have is they need to have a special session. Now, given the fact that this power that they have comes from the Constitution of the United States, is that guided by procedures that would govern Florida law? Or could they call a special session?
Georgia law.
Georgia law. Oh, did I say Florida?
We're going back 20 years.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
So I mean, we've not had that precise issue confronted as a holding, but in the McPherson case, the Supreme Court specifically said the legislature has plenary power, and even the state constitution cannot restrict that power. So if there's some provision in the state constitution that says you can't call a special session in order to exercise powers you have from the federal constitution, I think the federal constitution trumps that, and I think the Supreme Court's decision in McPherson supports that conclusion.
I agree that it trumps it, Reza. All right. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Senator Heath, now you can ask your questions.
Thank you, Professor. I'll just give you a little preface here. I'm just a cowboy from West Georgia, so this has been interesting, but I think the mayor just touched on the question that I was going to ask of you. So our Constitution, I believe, states that there's two ways to have a special session. One is the governor calls a special session for a specific list of or a specific purpose, or the legislature by 2/3 vote of the two bodies can call itself into session. Now, this appears to be a partisan issue. We certainly don't have a supermajority in either party here in Georgia. So am I hearing you correct that less than a supermajority of the legislature could convene and appoint electors based on their findings of fact that the election was flawed and unacceptable?
I believe so. And I think look, the federal Constitution is going to prevail over limitations on your legislative power. Those provisions of the state constitution deal with the state legislature acting in its state legislative capacity. But in deciding on the manner of choosing electors, it is not acting as a state body. It is acting as the federally appointed legislature with direct authority from the federal Constitution, which of course preempts the state limitations on it. And that's what the Supreme Court held in the McPherson case. That's what Section 2 of Title III provides in the federal statute. Whenever any state has held an election for purpose of choosing electors and has failed to make a choice on the day prescribed by law, and I would say in accordance with the law that had been set out, the electors may be appointed on a subsequent day in such manner as the legislature of state may direct. That's Title III, Section 2 of the U.S. Code. I think that also prevails over any other limitations that might exist in Georgia law about when the legislature can call itself into session. It has a federal statutory authority to deal with the issue when the state's election has not been validly conducted.
Thank you. So, someone else have a Senator Rett.
Doc, here's Senator Rett. Just one quick question.
Wait a minute. Hey, let me get you cut on.
Two.
Yeah. All right. Now you can go ahead.
Senator Rett, Doc, just one quick question. If the courts rule that there hasn't been a significant amount of evidence found to move forward with this, wouldn't this be in direct conflict with the judiciary?
I'm sorry, if the courts rule that there hasn't been evidence of the fraud or hasn't been evidence of violations of the state statutes?
Right, not enough substantial evidence, then how could the legislative body move forward?
Well, so I think it's important to disaggregate two kinds of things. We're talking about evidence of fraud that was substantial enough to have affected the results of the election, or are we talking about evidence that the state statutes themselves were not complied with? And I don't think you have to have both. I think either one is sufficient for the legislature to resume its authority under Article 2 of the federal Constitution to make sure you have electors chosen in accord with the manner set out by the legislature.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. I think that may be all of the questions. Thank you, Professor, for your time today. It's been very enlightening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Yes, I think I think that's it. Did you have anything else? All right. Sure, go ahead. Number 12.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee, thank you so much for your patience today and having us today and all our witnesses. As I said in the beginning, this hearing is just the tip of the iceberg. Literally, as soon as I get back to my office, I'm signing the pleadings to file a suit in Superior Court where we will be pleading and proving the allegations that we've made here today. Of the irregularities and the abject failure of the Secretary of State and the counties to properly conduct the election. And we believe it's impossible to certify the election results. Today, you've heard and you've seen a video of the what happened with the Fulton County election officials in violation of OCGA Section 21-2-483B, which says all proceedings of election officials are to be open to the public. And you saw them order our folks out of the room. You saw them order the media out of the room, and then they continued to order and continued to operate after they ordered everybody out of the room. You also saw them take ballots out from under the table and pull them out. That is a clear violation of Georgia law. You heard our witnesses today testify. You heard Scott Walter talk about money flowing into 44 counties out of 159 that was allegedly for COVID, that clearly was not used for COVID. You heard Grace Lemon, a wonderful young lady from the University of Georgia who did her civic duty and tried to vote, and somebody took her constitutional right away and voted for somebody. You heard, and I would please respect my time to speak. Thank you. You heard Mark Amick, who witnessed illegal activities by the election officials in both Fulton County and in DeKalb County. And he had disputed testimony of the Secretary of State of what did not happen that night in Fulton County, as well as our video evidence. You heard Susie Voiles, a 20-year veteran who's been a poll watcher. And I personally know Ms. Voiles. She's a neighbor and a wonderful lady. She is about as conscientious a person as I've ever known to, and you heard in her sincerity in her voice of how hard she works and how sincere she is about getting things right. And not in a partisan way, but wanting to do things in a right way and in a transparent way. And she saw these pristine ballots that had no folds, that were all for Vice President Biden. You heard Dana Smith talk about, with passion, even though it was a county that was carried by President Trump by a large margin. She talked about irregularities. You heard from Bridget Thorne, who worked as a subcontractor for the Dominion, about how they just let these test ballots just lie around with no security. Who knows what they did with those ballots? And those were the ones that they were in the State Farm Arena. They were in the State Farm Arena, the same place where they were counting ballots, and they were just lying around. Those could have been the ones that were in those suitcases. You heard from, of course, Professor Eastman, who talked about the constitutional duties and rights. So, as I said, in conclusion, the actual result of legal ballots cast on November 3rd in compliance with the Georgia Election Code cannot be known ever. Not by the Secretary of State, not by the governor, not by the voting public, and not by the Georgia legislature. That's why the election must be vacated and cannot be allowed to stand. Again, thank you very much for your time and your patience today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to call Mr. Tony Burrison now. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Burrison, if you again state your name, where you're from, and then let's try to, we have a lot of people that want to speak, and just get to the essence of what you wanted to say.
Yes, sir. My name is Tony Burrison, Jr. I'm from Savannah, Georgia. Been here.
Oh, yeah, you might need to get a little closer to the microphone. Yes, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. So my name's Tony Burrison, Jr. I'm from Savannah, Georgia. I was a poll observer for the Chatham County area. What I observed, and this was my first time being a poll observer, first off, I got to tell you, I'm a veteran from the Navy. So when I came back from service, I was a little disappointed in how my city was being run, especially seeing as we're one of the most impoverished cities in Georgia. And this is a problem for me because what's going on in my city is actually affecting the state. And when I observed what I observed in the polling area, it was disgusting because nobody was actually checking anything. They were just counting. And when I say counting, I mean they were just taking the ballots and one by one going down. There was no bipartisan overlook. Now, there may have been a few on certain tables, but there was not a clear bipartisan check of these ballots. And that disturbed me because while I was observing, while I had the chance to observe because I got kicked off the floor, but when I was on the floor, there was nothing that ensured me that the votes were actually being counted correctly. If you put, I don't know, 100 or maybe even 500 votes, fraud votes, in that system or in that precinct, and you count them, how do you count that they're actually legal? No one's checking any signatures. They're just simply Biden, Trump, third party. Is that how that process is supposed to run? Now, I've come up here. This is 4 hours away And I've spent the whole day here with you guys, and I've heard all this testimony and all this issues, but it seems like nobody's actually wanting to get down to the actual problem. There are impoverished cities that are being manipulated by identity politics, and it's causing an effect on the election. Now, the only reason I came up here to talk is because people sort of, like me, they don't get involved with things like this. But this is so important that if you do not act on this, you will leave an opening for terrorist activities as far as taking the election for themselves or putting whoever they want in office. I can't sit by and do that. I served on the CVN 70 Carl Vinson proudly during the service. My ship was one of the ships that was in that. We served because we wanted to get the people who caused 9/11, okay? And we did that. But now it seems like we're having to fight our own people at home just to keep our peace. Can we all agree, if we have a fair, open recount, a fair, legal recount, that means checking signatures, that's just making sure that these people are real, making sure these are Georgians that are voting and not some random people in China or some random person in whoever other country. We don't need things like that in here. We really don't. We already have enough issues. We got enough to deal with as far as economics goes. So I wanted to come up here and voice my opinion about that and also tell you my truth about what's going on. And I wanted you guys to know that when I was poll watching, I got on the floor for roughly 15 minutes before they kicked me off. And the reason they kicked me out was because they said that certain poll workers had an issue with me walking around. Certain poll watchers didn't want me to be here. Now, they could say because of COVID. That's fine. You want to say that? That's fine. I'll tell you right now, I have that right there. I have lupus. I've been diagnosed with lupus through the VA, and this is hydrochloroquine. Thank you. It works. So to sit here and tell me that I cannot exercise my right with my medicine, where's my justice? Where's my right? Okay? Now, I don't know if you guys understand the process of what's going on. We have small businesses down in Savannah that are struggling. Some of them that have been open for years and upon decades and serve the community great. And they're having to close down because of a mayor who feels like COVID is the worst thing in the world. It's gonna kill us all. But if you check the mortality rate in Savannah, Georgia, where's the pandemic? Where is it? There's a lot of people who love the fear monger to get what they want. I'm not one of them to sit here and let you fear monger me, okay? I done seen what fear looks like. I done seen what the worst of humanity can look like. And I'm just sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of it. And I just came here, voiced my opinion, drove 4 hours here. I got 4 hours to go back home. I just wanted to let y'all know that. So thank you for having me.
Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service to our nation.
Hey, it was my
Appreciate
pleasure.
Your opinions.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, yes.
Jenner and I excused ourselves.
Yes, sir.
We're in very good hands. I think he's done a great job. Absolutely great job. I would just say, first of all, as I said to the two representatives there, this is probably the most courteous hearing that Jenner and I have been at in the last week, and the most courteous treatment of this subject that we've seen. And I think that's a credit to the minority in obviously feeling very emotional and very strongly about this, as we do. and conducting it with tough questions, but very, very professional questions. I congratulate you. And I congratulate you, Mr. Chairman, for running such a good hearing.
Thank you.
I just leave you with what the professor said. This is a terrible, terrible constitutional crisis we're in. You're not the only state affected this way. There are some with more evidence of fraud than you have. There are some with less. But from what I heard today, if you had hearings and made findings of fact, there's overwhelming proof of fraud. It depends on you, and it depends on your determination of credibility. You look at the ridiculous rejection rate. In 2016, you had 199,000 votes, mail-in votes, 6.4% rejection rate. 2020, you had 1,320,000, and you had no rejection, none, 0.2%. I mean, that can't be possible, except if the testimony those witnesses gave is true, that they weren't allowing Republicans to do their duty, and that constitutes fraud. You're putting ballots in that easily could be tampered with. You have 123,725 statistically invalid votes, according to Professor Ramsted's analysis. You have 96,600 votes that were mailed in, that were cast, put in the ballot box, 96,660 votes that you voted, for which there's no response, none, zero. It doesn't attach to anything. When you look at that rejection rate, and when you look at what you saw on the video, which to me was a smoking gun, powerful smoking gun, well, I don't have to be a genius to figure out what happened. And I don't have to be a genius to figure out that those votes are not legitimate votes. You don't put legitimate votes under a table.
No.
Wait until you throw the opposition out, and in the middle of the night, count them. We would have to be fools to think that. So no need to push it any further, but there's more than ample evidence to conclude that this election was a sham. It was an embarrassment to the citizens of your state. And it's not the only one. And not my place to confuse it anymore, but in my view, it was part of a concerted plan, because certain cities were picked in order to carry this out where they thought they could get away with it. They didn't do it everywhere. It's not accidental that they picked Detroit and Pittsburgh and Philadelphia and Milwaukee and Phoenix, Arizona, and Las Vegas, Nevada. What do they all have in common? They're controlled by one political party. Some of them have been controlled by that political party for 60 years, and they have records of criminal corruption indictments as long as my arm, and some of them have quite long records for voter fraud. So this was a carefully selected thing they did here. And the one thing common to it all is the mail ballot. Keep the Republicans away from seeing the mail ballot. If they were not fooling around with that mail ballot, then exactly why were they putting us in corrals in Philadelphia or in Pittsburgh? Why were they keeping Republicans away from ballots here? Why were they counting them in the middle of the night if there was nothing wrong with them? You would think they'd want to show them to us.
Exactly.
I think it's clear. And I hope you take the advice of the professor. Whenever we've had a terrible constitutional crisis, we can always go back to one place for the answer, to our founding fathers and the Constitution. They put the finger on you. They put the finger right on you, on the state legislatures. You're the plenary power. You don't even share it like you do the elections clause with Congress. It's yours alone. And it's because you are the body closest to the people, and you can protect us the best. And we're counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you also, Mr. Burson, for being here. We appreciate your yes, you can.
Burson, yes, sir.
First, I want to just thank you for your service to our country. I appreciate you being here. It took 4 hours to get here from Savannah. You probably drive like I do pretty fast. But I wanted to ask you a question. Do you believe there is voter fraud in this election on November 3rd?
I believe there has been voter tampering as far as rigging goes. Now, as far as hard evidence, I cannot prove that. But from what I've observed, it's clear to me that there's no bipartisan in this election. It's very one-sided leaning
And
as far as
a voter,
loaders go.
And as a voter and citizen of Georgia, based on what you've heard today, do you feel we should do something to ensure that it doesn't happen again?
I do believe so. I do believe there is actually ways to make the voting process a lot smoother, easier, and 100% verifiable. And I wish our state would try to look into that as far as that goes. I can't force you guys. I can only voice my concerns and my opinions and send petitions up. But it's up to you guys to make that call. And I hope you guys make that call because, like I said, if these guys are allowed to make these small little increment changes in each county to affect the overall election, we have a major problem. Small fires turn into big fires. But if you don't pay attention to them, it'll look like California.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We have some more. Hale Saucy. I may not be saying that name right.
You're pretty close.
Is Ms. Saucy?
Susie.
Susie. Oh,
Susie.
sorry about that.
It's
If you
a-
just
it's a
let us know
mouthful.
where you're from, what you do, and try to get to the essence of why you're here.
Hale Susie.
Hale.
That's Hale Susie, SOU, as in cat, IE. And okay, so I live in Smyrna, Georgia. Me and my wife live up there. I actually do digital marketing for car dealers, but I was a volunteer for the recount process to go as one of the monitors. I started off at Cobb County, and there was definitely some interesting stuff that I saw there, but most of what I want to focus on is Fulton, so I'll try to be as concise as possible about Cobb County. One of the most disturbing things that I saw in Cobb County on the first day is that they were using an electronic counting machine, and we were told that that was not supposed to be the case. I did notice that the next day it was not there. When I first came onto the floor, I was standing at one table, and from 209 to 212, I was taking notes as I went, from 209 to 212, the first auditor, how the process goes is the first auditor reads off who the vote was for, the second auditor confirms it. Well, 3 times from 209 to 212, 3 times in 3 minutes, the first auditor called a Trump vote for Biden. Now, the second person who was checking it, the process worked, she caught that. Well, the reason I left that table is because someone told me that at one of the other tables they were not double checking. So I went over there, and very quickly I observed that she was not double checking, went and told the people who were in charge, as I was advised to do. They said they would say something to her. When I came back around the room, she was still not double checking. So as I came up behind her, she saw that I was looking at her, and she started very exaggeratedly putting it in her face. So, hey, that's fine. I was content that she was at least checking. But as I walked away, I turned around and noticed that she was staring at me. As I kept going around the room, more of the auditors were becoming aware of me. They were calling their bosses over. They were pointing me out. And as I walked up behind her, I heard her saying to one of the other people that I'm paid by the taxpayer, and this is a quote, I'm paid by the taxpayer, and this effing a-hole wants to come in here and watch me. So last I checked, I'm a taxpayer. So I just want to come, volunteer and check this process. Well, very quickly, if that wasn't enough, I go down to Fulton County the next day, and I actually have with me, this is the letter that's supposed to permit me to go out onto the floor so that I can be close to the process. Well, I still have this letter because no one ever checked it. When I walked into the basement of the World Congress Center, there was an unattended notepad, and that was it. And so I was able to walk directly on the floor. And what I'm mainly here to tell you today is that within the first 30 seconds of me being there, they had runners who would take the suitcases full of ballots out to the tables with the 2 auditors on it to count. Within 30 seconds of me walking in, I signed my name on the notepad, walked up, and a gentleman came up to me with a suitcase full of votes, and he said, hey, I was supposed to take these to table 96, but they already have one. I don't know what to do with it. And he rolled the suitcase forward me and offered me for me to take it. So this suitcase, anywhere between, I've heard the numbers between 6,000 and 15,000 ballots was offered to me. And it kept me up that night, quite frankly, because if I was somebody dishonest, very easily could you have walked out of that center with that. So that was just one thing that I observed. Several other tables, we solved a bunch of different issues. I was actually Miss Susie Voiles, who gave her testimony here earlier today about the pristine ballots. I was one of the monitors who was told to step away from the table while she was looking at that. And I do have photographs of those ballots, and you can see that they are flat. Another table had over an 8 to 10 inch tall stack of votes that are purely for Biden, not a single Trump vote. And I work with data digital marketing, and anytime we start having a number that approaches the 90th percentile, you get a little bit wary about that when it comes to consumer data. Now, for 100%, that's passing in probability, and it's approaching impossibility. There were several other tables where they were not double checking. There was one table where the women had their purses on the table. These purses were not checked. There was one set of people who were taking them out of the suitcase, counting them, and then putting them back in to the suitcase. And so I guess the main thing that I want to focus on is the chain of custody for these ballots. They're all stored in suitcases at the front of the room. Clearly, they're being offered to people who shouldn't be having them, but also they have a little placard on them that tells the time and date that's supposed to secure the integrity of when they were open. And of a majority, I would say a majority of the ones that I observed did not have any of that information filled out. So, I've got my sworn affidavit here, and I think that's the main things that I wanted to cover.
Okay. Senator Dolezal has a question for you. You're number 5.
You got it. Good job. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Sorry, sir, I didn't catch your name.
It's Hale Susie. That's
Hale.
H-A-L-E, Susie.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for
Nice
being
to
here
meet you.
today.
Thank you.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about the recount in Fulton County. Senator Beach and I had the opportunity to go down and observe it as well. And I'm curious if you could maybe corroborate some of the things that I saw. How would you describe? I think the thing that struck me the most was the abject lack of security in that room. And you referenced that earlier with you basically could walk in and walk onto the floor.
Absolutely.
I literally saw a person. And I used to work in the music business, and it reminded me of our concert type security people that, are not always awake on the job, if you will. But as you know, there's those large doors in the back of I think it was Hall B, if I remember correctly, is where the county was taking place, at the World Congress Center. And there was a person, but I noticed that there were stacks of this, we're calling them suitcases, but really they're kind of, they're large rolling cases.
Yeah, I've
of
settled
ballots,
on
right?
suitcases. I don't know what to call them.
Against the back hall, there were some up at the front, there were some behind the Arlo system, et cetera. I'm curious, in your whole time being there, you were there as an observer, not as a poll worker, correct? You were there.
That's correct.
Were you ever stopped and asked who you were? Were you ever credentialed? Were you ever checked in and out? Were you ever?
The only time that I had any kind of contact with people there, they asked me to step away from Susie Voiles' table. And then I did. So no one ever checked credentials. And I should have mentioned this. I apologize. That they were flipping over their piece of paper that have the batch number on them. And I asked one of the election officials, hey, how can I see the batch number when I'm not supposed to talk to the people? And they said, well, you're not supposed to be close enough to see the batch number. So those 3 times are the only time that I ever spoke to anybody, or anybody ever spoke to me or approached me.
What did you observe relative? Unpack this chain of custody issue a little bit more. You mentioned they weren't signed in, they weren't signed out. And I'm not trying to lead you, but I'm telling you that what I observed was basically these cases were scattered throughout the room with no rhyme or reason that I could discern. Were you able to decipher kind of the process at which they were at least moving things from start to finish?
So I would 100% agree. I was actually trying to find it in my affidavit. There was one table that I saw had 2 suitcases of ballots, which we were told was never supposed to happen. So as far as I was able to surmise, the process is the people would sit at the auditors, the people who are counting the votes, would raise their paper when they were ready for another suitcase, that's what we settled on, suitcase of ballots. Then a runner would go up, check that out, and bring it to them. And the same process would continue. They would raise a different piece of paper if they had a question. The entire place there's over 200 tables, I believe, and it's, as you saw, it's very huge. But even that process was having breakdowns in it.
Yeah, so I mean, I would estimate that room was probably 100,000 square feet. It was massive, and I think there were actually 300 and something tables.
Okay, so
how many?
At least 200.
Do you know how many of you were allowed on the floor? In other words, Republican, Democrat, Independent,
So at Cobb County, they limited us to 4. They only allowed 4 of us onto the floor. At Fulton, no one even knew who I was because I just walked onto the floor. No one was confirming who I was.
Were you able to identify how many other poll watchers were there from either party?
The DNC people were pretty clearly labeled, and I can see that, and most of the RNC people looked pretty shell-shocked, so they were easy to pick out.
Okay.
Thank you. There was not too many.
Okay. Senator Heath?
Just curious if, you know, if the legislature is called on to conduct further investigation to make a statement of fact, do you have a photo that would somehow
Of which part?
validate that you were, in fact, on the floor in Fulton County? I mean, I don't doubt what you're saying, but if we were really going to pursue this, can you prove to me that you were there?
Yes, I took several photos.
Okay.
And, yes.
Thank you.
And a reporter actually filmed me there, too, so.
Senator Gooch?
Quick question.
Do we have video? Security video as well, and then there was somebody who was recording, and I was in several recordings. Sorry.
You may have answered this, and I wasn't hearing you. While you were on the floor, did you see anyone from the Secretary of State's office?
No.
No state officials?
No, not that I was aware.
Okay.
And this is actually my first time giving this statement because I had reached out to several different people, called hotlines, submitted my affidavit, and no one seemed interested.
Have you written a letter to the Secretary's office?
I have not. I called the hotline. That's what I was told to do.
Okay. No emails?
I've sent several emails to different people, and this is a notarized affidavit that I got.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, we got it. All right. We'll get your contact information. I mean,
Sure.
we have that. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you all for having me.
Appreciate it. Thank you for being here. All right. Our next is Annette Jackson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I got a sliding podium. Good
Yeah.
evening.
Yes, ma'am.
Gentlemen.
If you would just, again, give us your name and where you're from, and then let's try to get to the essence of what we're going to talk about.
Oh, my God, you're going to cut my time short, okay?
Yes,
I'm going to
ma'am.
make it move,
Make
okay?
it move. That's right.
My name is Annette Davis Jackson, and the reason I come before you, the Senate body, is I was a candidate for United States Senate. You can clap. Come on, clap for me. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. All right? So I was a candidate for United States Senate, and then I was pegged by Washington, D.C., Donald J. Trump Foundation to be a monitor in Gwinnett. I submitted a complaint form to the Gwinnett County voter elections and an email to Senator Ligon to include having a question on the military votes being duplicate. This is what I care about. There's a lot of things that I care about. But when I went to ask the Gwinnett County officials, where is the military vote being counted? They were a duplicate section, and of course, there were 2 people counting the duplicate section. And I said, well, what do you mean by duplicate? Shouldn't the military personnel have their own category? And they said, well, they're in duplicate. What they did, they accepted military votes 2 ways, by absentee ballot and by email. When they got the absentee ballots by email, what they did was they printed out the email. They took another absentee ballot and stapled the email or the absentee ballot together. And then they bubbled in their answers. Who knows what it is, you know, on the amendments or anything. We don't know. I have this, and I'll leave this with you. If you go on the back page, I'm really technologically skilled, and I asked for the general election report, the summary report. In Gwinnett County, they had election day, advance voting, absentee by mail, provisional, and the provisional for Donald Trump was 274. Biden, 407. Absentee by mail, Donald Trump, 40,396. Joseph Biden, 81,502. The advance voting for Donald J. Trump, 90,472. The Joseph Biden, 124,125. On election day, they had 35,271 votes for Donald J. Trump, and then Joseph Biden had 35,793. Now, for the total registered voters for this voting period, they had 416,458. 416,458. When you add up all the totals for all of these categories, it added up to 414,192. Now, the registered voters who voted was 416,458. So there's a margin of error. How I knew one margin of error in Gwinnett County was they counted the ballots 3 times, and they were short 30 votes. So what the election officials told them to do was scratch out the number that you had and put the number that you counted. So there was 30 ballots just on one that didn't have anything there. Then the precincts reported was 156 out of 156. That means the precincts were at 100%. The ballots cast were 827,758. I said before that the registered voters were 416,458 out of 581,467, which is a 71.62 margin. So I asked 827,000. Wait, where'd that come from? 758. They said that was page 2 of the ballot. Page 2 of the ballot. So I'm like, no, there's only one ballot, but they had a second page. So you have to question that 827 and what did you count as ballots and what did you count as amendments or whatever? We have no idea. So if you go to my statement for the violations, I do consider it as being fraud, and I also supplied a copy of a report that I submitted, and I'll show you guys here. I did 2 reports. One report was on the elections form, right? So I didn't depend upon the GOP portal. I reported 3 days in a row, 4 entries each. So I reported 12 entries each that went into a portal. So you might be able to get that copy too. But what I did notice is that a lot of the locks on the bins were broken. And so a lot of the locks on the bins were broken, so there wasn't the proper security. So I stayed within one bin to see, what are you going to do with this lock? So they said, we're going to have to go outside. These are old bins. We're going to go outside, and we're going to get another one. I'm going to stay here. But then I looked at the scanner or the rubric as to all the precincts with the batches that are supposed to be a part of that bin. What I noticed that there was one precinct, and then down at the bottom that hadn't been checked red. What I found out was they didn't know where that precinct was. It wasn't in the bin. Where was it? It was in panel review. I didn't find that out till the next day. So here's what I asked. I asked that please make sure that all precincts are counted before one considers the box complete and takes it away. The way that they considered in Gwinnett the box is complete, they put it over in another area near where they tabulate the votes, and they put a green sticker on it. So a lot of the precincts had not been counted, but they went over to the green area as being counted. And I did put down the precinct numbers, precinct number 137, batch number 7, total scanned was 50, and a clerk didn't know what to do with it. Another set of voters, absentee ballots had a red void stamp on it. And I'm like, where'd they get the void stamp? But they were unattended. So I made a copy of a complaint too. So I don't know, I'm probably the only one who did complaints, and use their own complaint form. Hallelujah on that one. So that's what I noticed. I noticed that there were more Democrat monitors on the floor than Republican. We follow the laws. They had to issue a statement to say, only one monitor per 10 tables, but they were flooded. Another thing I want to look at, and I think that points to the fraud, is Donald Trump did an executive order. He did an executive order regarding the establishment of task force on market integrity and consumer fraud. He did that on July 8th, 2018, and I'm wrapping up too. Really quick. He said, by the authority vested in me as President of the President, by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, and in order to strengthen the efforts of the Department of Justice, federal, state, local, and tribal agencies to investigate and prosecute crimes of fraud committed. This is just not a civil issue, it's a criminal issue. Against the United States government or the American people, recover the proceeds of such crimes and ensure just and effective punishment of those who perpetrate crimes of fraud. It is hereby ordered as followed, and this is voting fraud. And he got together the Deputy Attorney General, the Associate Attorney General, the Assistant Attorney General, the Assistant, and the Tax Division, the Civil Division, the Criminal Division, the Antitrust Division, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the attorneys designated by the Attorney General, and the Department of Justice. He did such a fantastic job in bringing out fraud, and this was in 2018. So how could he and his lawyers, Giuliani, as well as Sidney and Lynn Wood, bring fraud to the case? Because they knew that there was going to be fraud 2 years before the fraud existed. And not only that, he brought in the Secretary of Treasury, the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Services, the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, the Secretary of Energy, the Secretary of Education, all across the board. I know, I gotta go.
I gotta
go.
I need to get two more people, and then we're gonna have to wrap it up.
Okay,
So
two more
I
people.
Appreciate you.
But here's my
We
statement.
have your statement, right?
You have my statement right here?
And if you could leave it right here.
I will definitely leave it right here. Gentlemen, thank you so very much. I appreciate it. So I've submitted all the forms. Thank you very much for what you do. And there was fraud in this election. My name is Annette Davis Jackson, and I was a candidate for U.S. Senate.
Thank you. All right.
And I hope you decertify and hold a session for all of the General Assembly. Thank you.
I'm going to call Scott Hall, and then Nancy Claire, and then we're going to have statements by some of the senators, and we'll be closing out. Thank you. Mr. Hall, we're running short on
Understood.
time, so just
Mr.
tell us
Chairman.
where you're from and just tell us what you saw, what you're wanting to bring to the attention of the committee.
Not a problem, Mr. Chairman. Many of the members here probably know me. I've been around this Capitol since, Tom Murphy walked the floor. And I've been knee-deep in this situation for the past 3 weeks. So I'm going to get right to the meat of the issue. Is there something wrong here? There abso-damn-lutely is. Okay, and I have seen it. I am knee-deep in it, top to bottom. Number one, I was there on the first recount. There were large quantities of what appeared to be mail-in ballots that were not marked by a writing instrument, period. They appeared to be marked by a printer, okay? Pure and simple. You've heard that.
What county were you in?
I was in Fulton County.
Okay.
I was at the Georgia World Congress Center.
Okay. All right.
Okay, and we saw this over and over and over again. I have prepared testimony that I can submit. I have photographs. And during the second day of the recount, we in fact, again, 99% of the people that in fact had left, okay, you had a very guarded area that had tape and ribbon around it where they monitored the bags going in and out. And then at 12 o'clock on Sunday, okay, 12 o'clock on Sunday, everybody's gone. They set up 2 tables. I have photographs in the lunch area, which is outside the viewing area of the security cameras. Again, I have security, I have video, and I have photographs. People were asking the number of monitors. We were limited to 1 monitor per 10 tables. 1 monitor per 10 tables.
I want to stop you, right? I want to ask you one question. Are you saying that a table was set up in a lunch area that was unsupervised and ballots were counted?
Yes, sir. And I got a picture.
Okay.
Okay? And I couldn't find it looking at the security cameras.
Okay. All right.
Okay? So I'll continue. Again, then one of the people that I've asked from the Secretary of State, I think, nominated a Fulton County monitor by the name of Carter Jones. Again, we're getting these calls at ridiculous. I got a call at 10 o'clock last night saying we're counting again at Fulton County. I had to run down there to Fulton County, Georgia World Congress Center at 10 o'clock at night, okay, when there's virtually nobody around. Okay, and I meet Carter there, and we start talking about the issues, and he said, I've already filed 3 reports, and this is going to be the 4th. And I've asked twice, but I haven't seen a copy of those deficiency reports from Carter Jones, who's the Fulton County monitor. So I can tell you, I also monitored the Fulton County warehouse on English Street. I was there. I, in fact, actually bought lunch for everybody there. Fulton County employees there were wonderful. Okay, but I cannot say the same for the contractors. Okay, I don't know who these people are that they brought in, okay, but they ain't from Fulton. Okay, and I heard Bridget Thomas talking about somebody doing something with cards. I showed them a picture, okay, of the guy we brought in lunch. Okay, Fulton County warehouses trying to escort me down to the lunch area. The same guy comes out, and that was the only area that was off limits. You weren't going back there. Okay, I don't know why the lunch area was more secure than the area that they do everything else. One thing also I learned is every thumb drive, every vote in Fulton County is reduced to a thumb drive. Every precinct carries those to one of 4 locations: North Annex, South Annex, Roswell, and downtown. Then they carry those thumb drives to English Street. okay, where I have photographs of pallet loads of basically signed checks. Okay, pallet loads, I have the photographs, every possible precinct. So you've got every single vote, okay? You've got currency, okay? Now you just need somebody to do it. I hired one of my guys to basically go out and say, guys, can this be done? Could you, in fact? Now I've got all the votes that haven't been uploaded anywhere. And he actually wrote me a paper. And he said, it's the stupidest, simplest thing I've ever seen. He said, Dominion's own documentation shows how you take an entire batch, swipe it off, and then swipe on a new batch before you put it into the real-time reader that uploads. Okay? I got up this morning, okay, and cried. Okay? I literally cried. I've got just as many friends on the Democratic side of the aisle as I do the Republican. And I feel like I've got Alabama and Auburn playing football. Alabama won by a nose. Auburn goes back and reviews the video, and they say, you didn't quite make it. And they're saying, you're just mad because you didn't lose, or you lost. And I said, no, I think you're cheated. When in reality, somebody paid the damn referee $1 million to, in fact, call this game. Okay? I have been knee-deep in this for several weeks, and there's no question in my mind something is very wrong, and now you've got video proof. Okay? You've got video proof. And then Bridget talks about what was going on at the Georgia World Congress Center. Okay? And I see the very same guy that, in fact, tells me I can't go to the lunchroom. Okay? And then I go to the Georgia World Congress Center, and I, in fact, document a defect. There is a sea of these bags that they were so careful about having these red security tags on. Me and one other individual noticed 9 bags. 9 bags. It's in my statement. And I, in fact, called over Georgia World Congress Center security and the Fulton County, and I said, guys, I'm a monitor. I need to document this defect, period. I am in an area outside the ribboned area. They wouldn't let you take photographs. I don't know why we were so concerned about, you can have a camera 7 miles away, but we can't take a photograph of a problem. I was outside the ribboned area. I told the officers, okay, I said, see all the security tags? Here's one missing, and there's several others that are missing. I'm going to document it. You know what they did? They kicked me out of the Georgia World Congress Center. Okay, I've got proof of that. Guess what? The TV station wanted to know what happened. I sent them over there. They recorded it. Me and one other did. They did not, for some reason, want me to document what I was there to document. Okay? An election bag that was missing a security tag. I ask any one of you, you put your luggage on an airplane with a lock on it and you get it on the other end, should you be suspicious? You're dead burn right, you should be suspicious. So again, you know, it is breaking my heart the more that I dig, the more that I find. Again, you know, I got friends on both sides of the aisle, and you know, this is wrong. This is very wrong. I'll be glad to take any questions, but somebody needs to get a list of those contracts. You know that one individual, I asked 3 times, is he a Dominion employee? Is he a Fulton County employee? One time, yes, he's a Dominion. Next time, he's Fulton. Well, it just so happens that he, in fact, was a Dominion employee that was recently hired by Fulton County. And that should raise flags.
Thank you. We're going to take one more witness, Ms. Nancy Kane. Thank you for coming.
Absolutely.
Mr. Hall.
Thank you, John. You guys testimony?
Yes, we've got it. And if you just state your name and where you're from, and then give us a brief statement of what you want us to know.
My name is Nancy Kane, and I have lived in Georgia for 20 years. Let me just tell you, I've been an administrative assistant for many years as well, and I'm a linguist, a Spanish linguist. I volunteered to be a poll watcher, just want to say this briefly, at the general election in 2020 because I saw it as an opportunity to give back to my country. For me, as a law-abiding and naturalized citizen of the greatest country in the world, it is my duty and an honor to help ensure the integrity of our most sacred right as Americans, our right to vote. So let me just tell you, I lost my job because of COVID-19, and I saw it as an opportunity also to fully be engaged in this election and do my part. So I started working as a poll watcher at the advanced voting at the Lower Roswell Road, Marietta location. I was also a poll monitor during the processing of absentee ballots, and a poll watcher on election day. So let me just tell you what I observed briefly and what raised flags to me that something was wrong as well. Around 10 a.m. on November 5th, I arrived at the State Farm Arena, Fulton County Board of Elections, to witness the vote counting of absentee ballots. Upon arrival, I was not asked to present my credentials, but I identified myself. I was told where to sit, and I sat on a table right in the media cameras, and everybody was right behind me. Shortly thereafter, I just noticed to my right, a young man just with a paper ballot punching in the selections on the ballot on a voting machine. I go, how strange is that? Why not put it through the scanner? So I asked the supervisor, what is he doing? Can you explain to me? And he said, sure. What we're doing right now is after the military ballots are transcribed on a proper format, or ballots that come in damaged, we try to salvage those, he says. So we're just, transferring them to a new ballot, and then this is the process, this is the procedure that we're doing. So it's still very strange to me that it would not be put through a scanner, because when this young man was doing that, nobody was verifying what he was doing behind him. So technically, he was voting for someone else on a voting machine, but nobody was, trying to verify what he was doing. So I took video and I took pictures, and I also recorded my conversation with the supervisor with that explanation. I also told them that I noticed that none of the people there had credentials on. And he said, oh, many of them don't have. And that's my brother right there, the one that was doing the voting for someone else. It just seems so out of not following protocol to me, I left shortly thereafter when I heard that the counting was over, the counting of votes was over. So I went to DeKalb County facility. And when I got there, again, I identified myself to another poll watcher who walked me around. This was a very strange facility. All the rooms were whatever was happening there was segregated, and behind closed doors. And I saw that the poll watchers were many feet away from what was happening, not able to observe closely. And I was in the room where the scanners were and the poll watchers were, and 30 feet away. How could they possibly see what's going on? There was another table where they were duplicating the votes, the military votes. And I asked, why are you duplicating those? And I understand that some of the military votes, they vote online, so they have to be in the proper format. Okay, again, nobody was looking at that close enough, to see if they were doing it correctly. I spoke to my fellow poll watchers, and they were very frustrated that they were not able to see. An attorney for the city came to me and said, you need to move. Maybe because I was too close to where the scanners were, behind these glass doors. And so I said, well, I've been a poll monitor, I said, and I was able to move around, walk around. And why is it that the other monitors here or poll watchers are not able to do the same? And I showed him the statute of Georgia that says that we're able to do that. So he looked it over, and came back with some tape masking tape or some sort of blue tape to put mark on the floor next to the tables where we could then stand and observe closer. But again, this was 2 days after, right? A lot happened before that we were not able to see close enough. So that's what happened. That's what the major observations for me is just appalling, really, what's happened. And I just want to say I'm heartbroken, hurt, appalled, angry at the level of fraud and irregularities that we are witnessing in this election, and especially ashamed that this is happening in the state of Georgia. I ask you to please do your job as elected officials, the job that we have entrusted you to do, and ensure the integrity of the vote for the American people, who on November 3rd, we look forward to casting our votes. Because as of now, we feel completely disenfranchised, and it is as if our vote did not count, was nulled. And I know I speak for the 74 million Americans who voted for Donald J. Trump, the best president this country has ever had. And I'm proud of my country, and I'm speaking from my heart. And what is happening in our country is a travesty, and we cannot allow it. We cannot accept it. So thank you so much for listening to me today and to all of us. Really appreciate it, and I hope that you do the right thing.
Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your time. Okay, I know that there are some senators that would like to make a statement or two, and I'll allow that, and then we'll close it out after that. So, Senator Parent, I know you wanted to say something, so I'll recognize you now.
Thank you. I'm number 6, am I on? Yeah.
You're on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, colleagues, I sort of feel like where I sit that it's kind of like an Alice in Wonderland moment where you've gone down a rabbit hole, and through the looking glass, everything gets wavy and seems really confusing. But to me, that seems like a sort of alternate universe that we don't have a lot of evidence of, frankly. And there's a lot of misinformation or misstatements even being disseminated by some witnesses, probably in good faith. But when you investigate further, you realize that this is really not a surprise, because if you've read the affidavits that have been filed with a lot of these lawsuits, what you will find is that people see things that they think are suspicious, but they do not understand the elections process in Georgia. And once that gets investigated, you find out that what they have actually seen are things unfolding the way that they should be. And I just would like to mention just a couple of those things. First of all, in the video that we were shown, as I mentioned to our Whip Gooch, the Secretary of State has issued many statements about all those things that were raised in the video. And the Secretary of State says our monitor was there. And in fact, since this morning, they've identified the person. It's a young white guy between 25 and 30 wearing a blue jacket that is in the video. That is their monitor that was there the whole time. Some people have filed affidavits not understanding that there is a duplication process when ballots can't be scanned, when they're torn, when they're UOCAVA ballots, because then when they're UOCAVA, Uniformed Overseas Citizen Absentee Voting Act, something like that, people are printing them on home computers at their houses abroad. They have to be duplicated, and there's a procedure for doing that. So you see a lot of these affidavits where people are like, this seems weird, this seems fraudulent, when actually it's the process. The human error raised in DeKalb, there have been, by Mr. Amick, I think, there have been numerous news stories about that. That would have been caught later in the process. If you canvass the vote properly at the county level before you go ahead and submit, you will catch things like that. And that discrepancy would have been identified even without, and I'm not saying he didn't identify discrepancy. He did. It's just that it never rose to the level of being a problem, and there's no evidence that it wouldn't have been caught. So it's not evidence of fraud. People who think, oh, I didn't request an absentee ballot. Well, you're on the rollover list. 600,000 people. So there's just a lot of things where we really need actual evidence of things that are provable, that are widespread irregularities that would rise to the level of having flipped the election. And, we heard a lot about, particularly out of Mayor Giuliani, about the fact that there were far fewer ballots rejected in this election. Well, that is true because we changed the law. We changed the law after the 2018 election to allow an opportunity to cure. And the laws related to the oath were also changed by this body. So these are all things that have happened. There are some innocent explanations for many of these things. And, this was a very close election, but in the end, the number of ballots and the number of voters matched after the hand count. They matched. The number of voters and the number of ballots matched, and that has been confirmed numerous times. We did a hand count with the human readable text for the presidential election. We're about to complete our third count. I feel like if we were truly interested in getting to the bottom of a lot of concerns that people have raised, and I do think that those need to be addressed because faith in our elections is crucial. People do feel that results can't be trusted. That is a problem. First of all, there is the 23 investigators and 250 complaints at the Secretary of State's office. But even aside from that, if we were interested in finding out the truth behind statements being made, we would have a hearing where many of those could be discussed and we could ask questions of people that have knowledge about how Georgia's election systems are run. And we did not have that. So it seems pretty clear to me that we aren't actually really interested in trying to get to the bottom of some of these complaints. Could our election be run better? Human error does not equal fraud. Bad management does not equal fraud. Of course we need to have secure elections. I'm sure there are myriad ways that you guys think it could be run better and that I think it could be run better. There are, so let's talk about those. But we do not have evidence of widespread irregularities that would change the election, and that's what you need to really talk about this. I've mentioned it 3 times already today. 40 judges and 40 lawsuits have not found that. Attorney General Barr has not found that. Brad Raffensperger and everyone involved in elections in Georgia have not found that. And with that, we get to this notion that we should seize the power away from the voters. I think we all know, and Senator Heath, Chairman Heath raised it, in order for us to even contemplate doing that, we would have to call a special session and change the law. The governor, speaker, and lieutenant governor have already said, we're not calling a special session. You need 3/5 of the legislature to call a special session. Clearly that's not gonna happen. If these folks have evidence of fraud that would change the election, they can and should present it in the courts and to the Secretary of State's office. People who have the ability to investigate, recommend changes to us, and if there's a big problem, then let's hear it, then we have to take action. But until we have that, engaging in a lot of these things does more to undermine Georgians' trust in the election than it does to help it. Ever since today started, I have been attacked. The Secretary of State's office has had to take action as it relates to my address. And I've started to get some of the vile things that some of our other colleagues at the Secretary of State's office has. We've given it oxygen. And I think that does a disservice to so many Georgians. You got evidence, show up in court and prove it. That's how it has to be. And in the meantime, we've got OCGA 21-501F, where we have said that the person who gets the most votes is who gets the electors. And do we really want to mess around and have to redo every single one of our own elections too? I'm a little confused about that. Are none of us legitimately elected? Can anyone answer that for me? Do we know? I guess not, if we're not certifying the election. I really appreciate all of you for listening to, from where I sit, I see it. I know we've all gotten blown up since the election. I know that all of you have a lot more than me. Even I have. I know it's hard. I know there's so much pressure. And I know that with the tweets coming out of the White House, it's pretty darn difficult. And when you've got U.S. senators saying resign, Secretary of State, it's pretty darn difficult to get up and be like, actually, the election was okay. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you the truth. That's pretty hard. I get it. We all are under a lot of political pressure, so I understand where you sit. Thank you for allowing me to make a closing statement, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you, Senator Brass.
Mr. Chairman, first off, I want to say thank you to you for being willing to hold this hearing, and members of the committee for staying here as long as you did. Regardless if we heard evidence of fraud or not, we owe it to our citizens to find the truth. And what we know is if we dig in and when we do find the truth, there's going to be a large part of this population in this state that is not going to be happy. But the truth is we owe them that. We owe each and every voter in this state an opportunity to see the truth. And again, we keep talking about the fraud, but for me, I want to know, was state law followed? And we have heard clear evidence today that state law was not followed time after time after time. And that is a problem. And if state law was not followed in an election, then we do need to keep an open mind on a path forward. Again, you know, we all are under tremendous pressure, all of us, because this is a pivotal point in this state, in this country, and there's no decision that's going to be an easy one. So I pray for each and every one of y'all. I pray for myself that we all make the right decision, but I really pray that we dig in and we find the truth.
Senator Gooch, did you want to make?
Yeah, I want to thank you for letting me be in here today. I'm not a member of your subcommittee, but I have been here all day. I started out with Chairman Heath in the first meeting where we had a couple of hours of testimony, and this meeting has gone on now for, 6 hours? I know now why I don't want to be on the Judiciary Committee. But let me get serious for a minute. As I spoke earlier this morning, I talked about the people I represent back home, just like each of us do. We all have a constituency, 56 state senators, roughly 200,000 constituents, and we work on behalf of them. We represent them. We are their voice while we're at work in this Capitol. I sit around the table at various meetings and at restaurants, and I talk to people on a daily basis, bus drivers, farmers, chicken farmers, cattle farmers, construction workers, nurses, school teachers, administrators, business people. And what I can tell you, what I'm hearing, and I'm sure you are, is that the voters and the citizens of Georgia have lost confidence in this election. Some of it may be because their candidate did not win. I get that. But I can also tell you, based on what I heard here today, going on 8 hours of testimony, we have a problem in this state. And we have a problem with our regulations, our ordinances, our laws, our policies. And we need to, as Chairman Brass said, we need to find the truth. We are obligated to seek the truth. I'm not sure how this committee or any legislative committee will find the truth without help from an investigative arm of government. So if you're trying to move toward a special session, let's approach it that way. But I think we need to move faster. We need to move deliberately, and I would recommend you consider requesting help from the Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation to begin a full forensic audit of the November 3rd election in Georgia. And I think we should consider doing that this week.
Anyone else? Senator Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What number is it? I'm sorry, wait a minute. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate you and everyone staying for the late hour. I appreciate, as the mayor said, complimenting the minority for their approach to this. I would disagree with one of my colleagues in one regard. The comment that we don't need these hearings. I really could not disagree with that more strongly. We need these hearings. Our voters, our citizens need to see us having these hearings because they need to know that we, as their representatives, are willing to investigate wrongdoing. Do we need the truth, Senator? You're absolutely right. We do need to get down to the truth. But I want to take it one step further. We need to have accountability for those that have engaged in wrongdoing. That's the next step. That is the step beyond fact-finding and truth-gathering. We've got to have accountability. You can't have accountability if you don't have these hearings. If fraud and impropriety are occurring, you can't stop it by just lamenting after each election, wow, that was a mess. I hope it doesn't happen again. It won't change. It won't change. So what we've got to do is figure out some form of accountability, and we cannot expect anything to change with regard to what seems to be the perennial fraud and impropriety in certain precincts and certain areas that occurs every election unless we start and decide to have some form and measure of accountability for those that engage in fraud, those that engage in wrongdoings, and choose to violate our law. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your patience. Thank you for staying late. I appreciate your leadership on this committee. Thank you. And I thank all my colleagues for being here.
Senator Summers, you want to say something?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing a non-member to sit at the table and be engaged in these topics. Guys, I've run 4 elections in 1 year. I will happily run another election if we can get a fair and balanced election in Georgia. She asked the question, I'd gladly do it again. I'm telling you straight up, I totally believe that we should be called into special session and allow the legislative process to take place and make sure, as several of these senators have said, that we give people the honest truth about the election. Whoever wins, wins, but we need to know the facts and we need to know who that person is. And I would gladly do a re-over in my election if that's what it takes. But boys and girls, we're here to vote and stand up and be strong. It's time we acted like legislatures and come together, ask our governor to call us in for a special session. He wins either way. If we find no improprieties, the governor looks good. If we find improprieties, the governor looks good. Let's get on with it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Beach.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for allowing me to be on this subcommittee. I'm not on judiciary, but thank you for allowing me. And I also want to thank you for all the hard work you put into this. For a guy that's leaving office, you have put in a lot of hours on this, and I just really want to thank you. But I just would say I'd agree with my colleagues. I think Senator Brass hit the nail on the head. We got to get to the truth. And then I think you hit the nail on the head, Senator Gooch. We got to restore voter confidence. I can tell you the voters have lost confidence in our system. And I'm gonna tell you, in my 8 years here in the Senate, I have never received so many emails, phone calls, text messages. I put my cell phone number on my website and on my Senate page, so I've been getting a lot of calls. And I want to just share one of the calls that I keep getting. And I had a lady call me, and this is kind of the calls I'm getting. And she said, Senator, she said, I stood in the Alpharetta Library for 2.5 hours to early vote. And I went in there, I showed them my driver's license, my photo ID. I signed my name and matched the signature in the database. I got my card, I voted, I checked my ballot, I scanned it. She said gave the stylus pen back, I got my sticker, I walked back to my car, and I was proud I waited 2.5 hours to vote. I didn't have a problem with it, I voted. Now she said, because of the agreement that Senator Dolezal talked about with the Secretary of State entered into, she said, I know now on absentee ballots, they don't have to show ID. The voter signatures don't have to match with the database. And she said, I feel like my vote was compromised. I feel like my vote was diluted, and I feel like my vote didn't matter, and I'm not going back to vote in January. I said, ma'am, I need you to go back and vote. You got to go back January 5th. But that's what we're dealing with right now, and that's why I'm so glad we had these hearings. I wanted to tell that story so that we could get to that. And Senator Kennedy, you're right. We can't just wait and think that things are going to get better at the next election. We need to take action. That's what the state of Florida did. If you remember, we heard today, in 2000, they had a mess on their hands with the Bush-Gore election. They got their results back in by 9 p.m. on election night, and we were still counting votes 2 weeks later. That's ridiculous. It's uncalled for. And Broward County and Dade County were a mess. They got it cleaned up. They've got twice the population we have, twice the elderly population, they had more absentee ballots, and they're on 2 different time zones, and they got their votes in and called at 9 o'clock. Our goal as a state, in my opinion, should have the election results by the 11 o'clock news, the night of the election, so our voters know that we've got the winners and the losers, and we should be able to do it. But we got to get to the truth and then figure out how to make it right. So I'm glad we had this. I hope we dig into it and have investigations and make sure this was a fair election and make sure the elections from here on out are fair. So thank you for all your hard work, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Tillery, did you want to say something?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I asked a lot of my questions earlier today, but thank you for giving me a second to close. First, I want to thank the members of the committee. I appreciate your cordiality today and how you handled things, even though I know there was a lot of passion. But I do appreciate how you handled yourselves. There were things I learned today. When I came into this room, I'd gotten a lot of questions, just like many of you, from calls from your constituents. And because of some of the things I heard today, I think I'm better prepared to answer some of them. I'll carry you back through just 1 or 2 of them. When we heard from the colonel, and he mentioned about things from Dominion, I'm sure you've gotten a lot of calls about that as well. And we walked him through, and he got to the end, and he said, if you did a 100% recount or 100% canvass, then I would have to say it would probably remove some of my concerns about a glitch. That's helpful for me. And that was testimony you heard here today. When you heard from Grace Lynn, the student from Georgia, who talked about not being able to, going in and hearing that she had already requested an absentee ballot. I know I've heard that 100 times. I'm sure you've heard it as well. The testimony that we were able to get from her, and then thanks to Senator Jordan, Senator Dolezal, and others, we were able to show her, no, here's how that actually works, and we were able to help answer her question, which watching that is going to help me answer questions for my constituents. Those are the things I learned. That's where I was able to grow, and I can answer questions from my constituents. But there was one other thing we saw today, too. One of our senators already mentioned an Alice in Wonderland moment. That happened for me, too, today. And that happened when I believe her name was Miss Pick, played her video. I can't explain that one. I cannot go back with that video and help my constituents understand what was done and why it was done. When I see the table come in at 8:23, it's got a drape all the way over it. I see something happen at 11:23 later on. I see folks leaving at 10:30. I can't answer that one. That's the one that I'm going to be focused on trying to answer as we move forward. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for your help today answering questions that our constituents bring, members of this committee. But I remind you that our work doesn't end today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You want Senator Jones? Yes, sir. Let me make sure I have you.
14 here.
Yep, gotcha.
Senator Ligon, Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank you. I echo what Senator Beach said about, for the amount of work, knowing that you've served distinguishedly 10 years in the Georgia legislature and the Senate, and know you're heading out. Well, you and Senator Heath as well, but for the work you've put in for this committee, I just want to, from the bottom of my heart, thank you, because you show that you're a true public servant and a true patriot for what you've done. The one thing, I'm glad we got to have this meeting today, because there's one thing that all of us have in common in this room. We've had 3 election cycles now, 16, 18, and 20, where all of us have been disappointed in the results. And each one of those election cycles have brought forth allegations of some sort of mischief or fraud or things of that nature. And it's our job as elected officials, especially when those allegations are in your own state, it's our job as elected officials to seek out, as Senator Brass said, the truth and what has transpired. And what we saw today, I was like Senator Tillery here. I was seeking, answers to questions to share with constituents, and like as he eloquently said, what we've witnessed today with the video from the State Farm Arena, those have raised a lot more questions about the process as well as what went on, particularly in one county here in our state. So my only regret is that we haven't started these hearings sooner. However, with the findings of the video just coming out as of last night, maybe it is in our good fortune that we started the hearings now. But I definitely think that moving forward, and we need to move quickly in trying to establish what a significant forensic investigation would look like, and what role do we need to play in legislators of seeking not just to answer questions from November 3rd, but prevent it from happening on January 5th, which is the most important election we have right in front of us here. So thank you again, Senator. I also want to thank Senator Dolezal for your behind-the-scenes hard work, as well as Senator Beach. I know y'all put in a lot of work and a lot of hours making this happen as well. So, but thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Anyone else before I close? Senator Dolezal and then Senator Heath. Go ahead, Senator Dolezal. Let me get you.
Mr. Chairman, you've been exalted, and I'll echo the exaltation. And I will extend that to Chairman Heath as well. I thought that the meeting this morning laid a nice groundwork, and it was nice to be able to Senator Tillery's, Mr. Chairman Tillery's point earlier, to be able to ask questions of the Secretary's staff, if nothing else than to inform ourselves and inform our constituents, is to the way that this works. What didn't get discussed today that I think is important to illuminate is the fact that we discovered, really by accident, significant structural flaws in the way that we conduct our elections. We had 4 counties discover thousands of ballots via a risk-limiting audit that was never supposed to happen. The audit wasn't supposed to happen this year. It was supposed to be a pilot that was happening in the future, and it was never envisioned to be every county counting every vote, period. So the system worked because we got lucky. We have a significant problem when we don't know when we finish an election that the numerator matches the denominator. The fact that we don't know the denominator. We hear at one point in time at 6 o'clock one morning that there's 25,000 more votes to go, and then we hear at 10 o'clock that there's 45,000 more votes to go. I understand somebody may have misspoken that, but there's no master place that any one of us could go to the Friday after the election and say, here's how many votes are left to count, because we know how many ballots came in and we know how many ballots have been counted. That's simple blocking and tackling when it comes to functioning something like this. This is one big data exercise. And we have to get the blocking and tackling correct to instill confidence in this process. Because when you find thousands of missing ballots, when you hear that one number is still outstanding, then you hear that another number is still outstanding, there's none of us that can stand behind a podium and say this process is working well. We keep hearing this caveat around the irregularities or the fraud. And the caveat is that it's not enough to change the outcome of the election. That's the consistent caveat. Gabe Sterling said in a press conference that he knows there was fraud in this election. How does he know that? Is he wrong? Is he right? What he also said was, but we know it's not enough to change the election. How does he know that? There's 250 open investigations and probably should have been more. We heard this morning from the Secretary's office that 300 people double voted again. We had 1,000 people double vote in June, apparently. 300 double voted this time. They said the number was down. They told us there were 70 felons that voted. We've heard about thousands of people where their ballots were sent out of state. We were also told that we know that we're asking a lot of the of the election officials to review 1.3 million signatures, something we've never asked them to do before. The Secretary tells us it's not the best way to do it. But we won't even go through the process to review a random sample of those signatures to figure out how well we did. That's unacceptable. We owe it to ourselves as the people that are charged with the responsibility of getting this process right to understand when the system was stressed and when it was flexed, how did we perform? There's not one business in America that would go through this process and have something change in that manner and do zero review. And ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the signature match process, we've done zero review. It may have been flawless. I would like to be able to say that it was flawless, but I don't think that any of us believe that it was flawless, because I don't believe that any of us think that our signatures are consistent enough over a period of time from when you last got your driver's license. Senator Beach, I'm sure you got yours, within the last couple of years, but I got mine 10 years ago. My signature's changed. There is an incredible amount of disinterest in the media and frankly from the minority party in really digging into this process. And I do respect the senators who were here today, but there is not a call for a signature audit. There has not been a call for investigations. We've heard for the last month that this State Farm Arena situation was under investigation. Why did it take us a month to get a video? Why did it take us a month to get a video and it wasn't even produced by an employee of the state? That's patently absurd. We have to do better, and we can do better. That video is a bombshell. You saw the media and the observers leave the room at the same time. That tells you they were told to leave. Why were they told to leave? The media needs to get interested in this, and they need to get interested in this quickly, because they have a role to play in this as well. And the fact that I can guarantee you, well, I can't guarantee you, I would suspect that if the allegations were on the other foot and in the other direction, that we wouldn't have waited a month for an open records request to be filed, or however they obtained that video, to see that video. We have to get a lot more curious, because we have to get it right. And Senator Parent, I'm not intending to throw you under the bus, and I apologize for my comments about what I just said, but I do really wish that I sensed a bipartisan effort to dig into the details of what happened so that we can affirm it in either direction. This, to me, is not about who won an election. I don't think this is about who won an election to you. I don't think this is about who won. You referenced, maybe our elections aren't legitimate. We don't know what happened because we haven't lifted up the hood to look. 1.3 million signatures, and we haven't bothered to look. And I would like to link arms with anybody, regardless of party, to get to the bottom of exactly what happened so that we can move forward, and quite frankly, so that we can do a better job and know what laws we need to change. We've all gotten a little bit of a baptism by fire in election law and what our state laws say, but whether it is a special session, which I do think we need to have, or it is when we come back in January, we have our work cut out for us, and we don't know what we need to change unless we look at exactly what happened. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and senators, people who have persevered throughout the day. I don't have much to add to this other than just a few observations. Someone had mentioned earlier that, mistakes are not necessarily criminal, or I don't remember how the comment was made, but I agree with that. I think we all make mistakes. We've all misinterpreted things. None of us are perfect. But what's potentially at risk here is at least the direction that this country takes. I think that, well, number one, it is exceedingly embarrassing that we're having this discussion. I remember watching the videos of, what was it, the 2000 election of Florida going through a similar process. And I mean, I was kind of laughing like, those guys have got to be a bunch of idiots down there. And maybe I should not have had those thoughts, because now the camera's on us and it doesn't look good. But there's enough mistakes that have seemingly been made. I don't think anybody will come out of this clean, including the legislature. I mean, when you go back and look at what the legislature has done, and I think I've been around to see a whole lot of these laws that we're struggling with right now. I saw a lot of those taking place, and I kind of remember the mindset as we did various things, and I look back on it and I'm thinking, yep, we thought we were doing the right thing, but now I don't think that it was the right thing. And guess what? That's what we do every time we get together. We're tweaking what the previous legislature has done. There's not a lot of brand new, clean ideas that come out of the legislature. As I sat and listened to the witnesses in the Government Oversight Committee meeting this morning, admittedly, I could sit there and pick through some of that and say, well, maybe that's not a false statement, but it might not be the whole truth either. As I sat here and listened today, this afternoon, same thing. I mean, certainly everybody that testified gave you some reason to suspect that things were not done properly. Maybe they weren't intentional mistakes, maybe they weren't intentional acts, but there were certainly opportunities. And then the professor that, essentially his position seemed to be that, okay, boys and girls, this is in your hands. You should exercise your power as a legislature and straighten this out. If the legislature can convince itself that we have created an environment where you can't conduct a true and accurate election, then maybe we do need to step up. But before we get to that point, I mean, we would be setting a precedent there that is, you just need to be very careful. The legislature has a problem that I know we have discussed for years, and that is that we can't swear witnesses in a committee. So you can come here and stand at that podium and say anything you want to say, and there's no recourse. So the problem that we've got as a legislature is that now we've got to take that information with the very limited staffing and capabilities that we have. As a legislature, we're essentially one-man shows. There's a few of us there's a few legislators who have one admin assigned to them, very few. There is no legal staff that is assigned to a certain committee chairman or a certain legislator. We all use the same pool of resources, and it's very shallow. So those are some problems that need to be resolved. And the problem that's in front of us right now, tonight, is that for us to take any further action, I think the first thing we got to do is go on our own to find the facts. Now, you know, we talked to the I think it was the colonel, was talking about the Dominion machines and voting machines as a whole. I will tell you that there is a risk at exposing how that machine works. I read, somebody told me that somewhere on a blog, you know, that the source code for these machines is open source and it's available to everybody. Well, I don't know if that's true or not. But I can tell you that it is very difficult, if you know exactly how a machine works, not to figure out how to break it. So there's some risk in opening up that to the public, to any investigator or hacker, if you will. But there's also a gain there in that now, at least the allegations, the appearance is we don't know what can happen. I think I could write software that would not be corruptible through a USB port. But I don't know that that's the way that software is written. I have heard them, you know, testimony about, you know, Fulton County said they had this mobile voting precinct. Well, that to me implies that you got to reload data. When you move it from one precinct to another, you got to reload data. But there was also testimony that says nothing just changed in them in the final hours. So there's a lot of work that we got to do before we take any drastic actions. But I think that we got to get started on it. And I don't know who's best to work on that, but there is a world of work to be done. And I really don't know that if we had all 56 senators working on this, dedicated, 8 hours a day, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, that we can really resolve all this. But we got to do what we can do. We got a mess on our hands. And as has been stated, you know, this whole, a democracy is dependent upon being able to trust the outcome of elections. We've got to do something to restore not only Georgians' trust in our elections, but the country has got to trust our elections. Georgia is significant to the United States of America. So I don't have any answers. I do see there's a lot of problems, and just as I stated in my committee this morning, it was exceedingly difficult to put that committee meeting together. I know this one was as well. I don't know about the legalities, but if you want to go to a county and say, I want to see this box of ballots and I want to study them, I want to feel of them, I want to resolve some of these things, there's a security risk at that. Because frankly, I don't trust every legislator. So, you know, there's a balance here that we got to strike, and I don't know how we get there, but we got a mess on our hands.
Thank you, Senator Heath. Senator Harper? Are you number 10?
Yes, sir. And I also want to say thank you, although I'm not a member of your subcommittee. Thank you for letting me sit in this afternoon. I appreciate it. But being a member of Senator Heath's committee, I just want to express, as others have, to both you, Senator Ligon, and Senator Heath, both of our chairmen today, for your outstanding, I think, run hearings both this morning and this afternoon. I think y'all both did a phenomenal job. You should be commended on the work that you put in prior today, and the work obviously that's going to continue going forward. So thank you both for doing that. And I think it's all evident why we are all here. I know Senator Gooch referenced this, and many others have. You know, like Senator Beach, in my 8 years of service in the legislature, I can't think of another single issue that I have heard from more of my constituents about than this one issue that we're here discussing today. And I agree with a lot of the comments made. One of the roles of the General Assembly and one of the roles of the legislature is oversight. And that's why we're here today, and that's the whole purpose of us convening these hearings today is to provide that oversight that we're expected to do on behalf of the constituencies that send us up here to the Gold Dome to represent their behalf. And I think that's why we're here today, and we should do these things. We should have these type of hearings. We should investigate issues when they arise. And I want to say thank you to the Secretary of State's office this morning, Fulton County, and all the witnesses that showed up, Mayor Giuliani for coming today and providing testimony. I think it was awesome opportunity for us to have an open forum and discussion to be able to ask those questions of all of those entities. To Senator Parent, I'm going to reiterate what I said this morning to the Secretary's staff and their folks. If you have received threats today because of things that you may or may not have said, I hope my colleagues will join me in condemning any of those acts or outlandish threats that may be coming towards you. And I reiterate my comments this morning in condemning the same things against the Secretary and his wife and his staff. I think that's unbecoming of us as citizens, and that's not who we are as the basis of an American citizenry and the democracy that we all enjoy. And I think those type of things can have an impact on the foundation of government that we have. But the questions that we asked and the answers that we were able to get today, I think it boils down to a couple of things that it's already been said. It's about getting to the truth, and I think Senator Brass summed it up well in his statement of was state law followed. I think that is a legitimate question, and I think the longer this hearing went today, I think there's more questions that can be asked. And I think if you look at the hearing that was conducted this morning and the hearing that was conducted this afternoon, I think there's some differences in those presentations that should be looked at. In whether we're talking about chain of custody or signature verification or signature match issues, as Senator Dolezal has very adequately presented on today. And I think, all of this laid out is giving us an opportunity to lay a foundation for us to take some action, as Senator Heath has alluded to. That I think this has given us an opportunity to lay the groundwork and lay a foundation for us to look at our laws and make sure that our election law is proper. And if we need to make those adjustments, we can make the proper adjustments that need to be made, and we can give voters the confidence that they need that our election system and our state is secure, and that they know that when they cast their ballot, they know that their ballot is counted, and that they can have trust in our system of self-government, because without that foundation, we can no longer be a nation that is governed by the people, or a nation that is built on the foundations that we were built on as a country and as a state. And I just want to say thank y'all. Thank you both again. Thank you to all the committee members. I thought this was a well-run committee. I thank you to everybody for the cordial conversations that were had. I think this just has given us an opportunity to have a transparent process for our constituencies to see, and I think that's all they've been asking for. So thank you both for allowing it to happen.
Thank you. Well, let me close out by thanking, first of all of the citizens of this state who have reported what they see as irregularities or misconduct or fraud, and that have contacted your legislators to ask them to look into that. That is part of your civic duty. And part of our duty as legislators is to look into this and to have an appropriate solution that will resolve this issue. I want to thank Senator Stone's staff, Layton, for helping put this together. She's worked very hard and has stayed late, and others. I want to thank some Senator Dolezal, Beach, and Jones for helping. They worked hard to help put this together as well. I appreciate all of your efforts. And others, Senator Heath, for your work earlier. You've been here all day. Some of you have been here all day on the two committees. Thank each one of you for being here. I do think this is very important. It's something that we needed to do, and I know that there's a lot more work that will be done in the future, in the near term, and also in the long term. So with that, we're adjourned, and thank you.
can't thank you enough for supporting us at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are almost entirely viewer supported. This isn't just our network, it's your network. This is a network for the people. This is a network that's about truth, delivering the truth, showing what's actually happening in the world from the perspective of the average person. We don't take money from big corporations. We don't take money from billionaires and big donors. We are all about the people. We're an independent media corporation. Your donations keep us to support Right Side Broadcasting. Go to our website, go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Send your checks to our physical address or donate via Super Chat during our live streams. God bless you and thank you for supporting Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Well, thank you all for being here today. It's a real pleasure to welcome you here on behalf of President Trump. And I think I speak for all of us when I say how blessed we are to have a leader like President Trump who doesn't back down, and you never have to wonder about what he's thinking. You know, as we gather this Constitution Day to reflect on our shared heritage, I'm reminded of a speech that Abraham Lincoln gave when he was a young man back in 1838 while reflecting on some of the same mob violence that we're seeing today. And he said, quote, "All the armies of Europe, Asia, and Africa combined, with all the treasure of the earth in their military chest, with a Bonaparte for a commander, could not by force take a drink from the Ohio or make a trek on the Blue Ridge in a trial of 1,000 years. The biggest danger we face," the young Lincoln went on to say, "would not come from abroad. It would spring up from within." He said, "If destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author and finisher." Today, America is facing a coordinated attack on her history, her institutions, and her heroes. Every sin from our past is highlighted and every triumph is buried. Some individuals seem only interested in burning down our country and dividing us on the basis of race, gender, class, faith, or numerous other variables. But that very history, as our forefathers understood, is what shapes our society's identity, and our identity is the spring from which we form our beliefs. By destroying those things, you create a blank slate from which to start anew, which is what some people want to do. What these individuals fail to realize is that as Americans, the things we share in common far outweigh our differences. We must keep in mind what unites us while resisting those voices which seek to destroy us. In order to prevail over our woes, we must seek a united resolution, not a Democrat resolution or a Republican resolution, but an American solution. This Constitution Day, we once again turn to the wisdom of the past to guide us in the present, and we continually draw upon the great figures of our history to elevate our minds, ennoble our souls, and inspire our deeds today. We are indeed fortunate to live in this nation, the destination country for so many others, the only place where people form caravans trying to get in here, not trying to get out. But we, the American people, in order to save this country, must recognize that we are not each other's enemies, and we must be weary of those who wish to fundamentally change us. We must always remember that our history is what gives us our identity, and our identity is upon which our beliefs are built. And if you destroy those things, you make it very easy to deceive people. We're not perfect, we don't have a perfect history, but wise people learn from the past. Unwise people try to bury the past. We get to decide which one we want to be. So thank you again, everyone, for gathering here today to bring attention to the history of this great American experiment. And thank you for all you do for our country and her people.
Thank you, Dr. Carson. What a splendid man he is. My name is Larry Arnn. I'm to moderate this panel. I work at Hillsdale College. This is a panel on the recovery of the history of our country, which is being distorted as an act of policy. And we have here several experts who know about the distortion and who know about the history. And we will proceed roughly from people talking about those distortions and other people talking about how to correct them and correct the history. I will say that it's America itself is at stake, and freedom is at stake, but also humanity is at stake in this argument. I'm teaching a course this term on totalitarian novels. And in the novel 1984, which is the grimmest of them, the protagonist has a job. Winston Smith is his name, and his job is to rewrite history. Every time the party changes its account of something, anything, contemporary or old, every written reference to it, in every book, and every article, and every encyclopedia, and every publication is corrected, and the old version is burned, and the whole thing is reprinted anew. And there must be an enormous effort. It's the main work of the regime of 1984. So he doesn't fully understand why they do that. But he learns in the end, in one of the most remarkable scenes in literature, where he has a dialogue with his torturer, O'Brien, while he's being tortured, about what he has to believe. He says, the slogan of the party, he who controls the present controls the past, and he who controls the past controls the future. The specific thing he has to believe is there's no reality. And that means that he has to learn to do doublethink, they call it, where things he remembers never happened. Everything can be wiped out, and if you think about it, the most we know about reality, we know about the past. Because the future is not here, and the present is fleeting and hard to observe, and the past is a record. That's what gave rise to Aristotle, echoed by Thomas Aquinas, saying, one of his most famous things, this alone is denied even to God, to make what has been not to have been. If there's any reality, the past is not malleable. The way we teach history in the schools today is a product of a centralized system that begins first in the elite universities and then in the schools of education, which are usually not so elite, and then down through bureaucracies that provide curriculum, and those start at the federal level and run down through the states. And so the view of American history is legislated, and then it's reflected in textbooks that are, the choosing of which are led by the big states. And so students don't know. Here's a simple example. It's a common knowledge among young people today, because all the books said that Thomas Jefferson was a hypocrite because he wrote the Declaration of Independence and yet he was a slaveholder. And those are true things. He did do those things. But what they're not told is that he thought himself that the Declaration of Independence condemned the institution of slavery. He himself said beautifully, and things like this many times, but the most beautiful was, in the contest between the master and the slave, the Almighty has no attribute that can side with us. I tremble for my country when I think that God is just. I live in Michigan, which is part of the Northwest Territory, which is the first land added to the American Union. And that land came from Virginia, a slave state. And the moving force behind the gift to the federal government of that claim of Virginia to the West was Thomas Jefferson, a slaveholder. And in that gift of land, it was established in the Northwest Ordinance that there would never be any slavery in that part of the world. And sure enough, slavery was abolished in more than 60% of the Union in 40 years. So they don't learn that. And if they did learn that, it's not just true that it would open the way for them to love and understand their country better, it would also teach them to learn and understand things. Human things are like that, right? It's never perfect. It can't be. The great Lincoln says that the Declaration supplies a standard maxim for a free society, ever to be striven for, never to be perfectly attained. A soul that knows that growing up knows that life is going to be hard and have challenges, and they've got to try to do well, and they won't do perfectly any better than anybody else did in the past, but they could do well. What's at stake, finally, is the relationship between the Declaration of Independence and the constitutional forms by which the country is governed. The Declaration of Independence prescribes under the laws of nature and of nature's God. And if that expression means anything, it means something eternal, or it means nothing. It prescribes a kind of government in which ultimately it rests on us. But you have to have forms and institutions to make that work. It's simple if you're Hitler. He passed an enabling act, and that meant whatever he says goes. But so there's a contest now for the being of the country and our understanding of reality. And I thank the White House for putting this together, and Vince Haley and the others who've worked on this. And I thank the President for his keen interest in this subject, which holds a promise for the future. Now, our panelists will begin with Dr. Mary Graber. She is a resident fellow at the Alexander Hamilton Institute for the Study of Western Civilization. And she's done many great things. She's written a dynamite book. I haven't read the book yet, but she's telling me about it this morning, and I've heard of it many times, called Debunking Howard Zinn, Exposing the Fake History That Turned a Generation Against America. Mary, where are you, Mary? There you are.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me? Okay, great. Since 1980, when it was first published, Howard Zinn's A People's History of the United States has been spreading the idea that the United States is irredeemably corrupt. This book is fake history, based on falsified evidence, misquotations with critical words left out, and plagiarized, disreputable sources. Yet, a record-breaking 3 million copies have been sold. Over 100,000 educators have signed up at the Zinn Education Project, and over 300,000 follow it on social media. It is widely used in advanced placement U.S. history high school classes and in teacher education programs. It is quoted in school books. In Portland, Oregon, and surrounding areas, For several years now, a young people's history has been used in all 8th grade classrooms. Zinn claims other historians have not told the truth about the atrocities committed by Columbus on down. People reading it cry and get angry, sometimes taking to the streets. The Zinn book was the most popular book for Occupy Wall Street protesters. Awards are given to organizers of Marxist groups in Zinn's name, and the Antifa member who tried to blow up an ICE detention facility left behind a manifesto saying, "Read Howard Zinn, A People's History of the United States." This is not to say that every protester out there knocking down statues, burning buildings, or attacking police has been directly inspired by Zinn. But after 40 years of continuous publication, I think it's safe to say that Zinn's book has had some influence. Zinn's book is full of the ideas that are inspiring riots this year, such as, quote, systemic racism, wealth inequality, and police brutality. First, Zinn writes, "There is not a country in world history in which racism has been more important for so long a time as the United States." Zinn describes our founding in this way. Around 1776, certain important people in the English colonies found that by creating a nation, a symbol, a legal unity called the United States, they could take over land, profits, and political power from favorites of the British Empire. In the process, they could create a consensus of popular support for the rule of a new, privileged leadership, end of quote. Zinn writes that the American, quote, system of government is so corrupt, neither the Civil War nor the Civil Rights Movement did much for Black Americans. Peaceful protest, civil rights laws, and voting in Zinn's book do not work. Police brutality, Zinn claims, is, quote, normal and endlessly repeated in the history of the country, coming randomly but persistently out of a racism deep in the institutions, the mind of the country. Zinn writes that the system, a phrase appearing 168 times in the book, was working hard by the late 60s and early 70s to stop the political and economic advance of Black Americans. This, in a nutshell, is the idea of systemic racism, that racism is built into the very fabric of our system of American institutions, and that positive change in our society cannot be realized through traditional liberal democratic measures like lawmaking, voting, or even peaceable assembly. The logic follows. The American system must be overthrown. That is what we are seeing in Portland, Rochester, Minneapolis, and cities across the USA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Brilliant. Peter Wood is the president of the National Association of Scholars. He's an anthropologist, and he's former provost of the King's College. There are two formers from there here today. He was a tenured member of the anthropology department at Boston University. He is the author of many books, including Diversity, the Invention of a Concept, which won the Caldwell Award for Leadership in Higher Education from the John Locke Foundation. He's a super guy. Where are you, Peter? How are we sitting? Yeah, right here. Go, Peter.
Well, the radicalization that we see in the streets of American cities and the radicalization of American college students look like two separate things. The first involves protests that often escalate into vandalism, looting, burning, attacks on police, and murder. The second involves protests that focus on shutting down the free expression of ideas though these sometimes also devolve into vandalism and personal violence. So street protests and campus protests outwardly differ. But behind that appearance lie three important connections. First is the people, the activists, who show up in both places. The second, the ideology that is crafted on campus and exported to the streets, particularly hatred of America and contempt for law. And third, the anger, that fiery emotion that is ignited on campus and intensified by the mob in the streets. When we put the street side elements together, activists trained as provocateurs, harboring a radical ideology, worked up into explosive anger, alienated from our cultural norms, and primed for lawlessness, we have the ingredients of a full-blown riot, of the sort that has wreaked a path of destruction from Lower Manhattan to Kenosha to the federal courthouse in Portland. Many of these riots appear to be planned, organized, staffed, and scheduled, often on a nightly basis for weeks on end. These are not, or at least they are not generally, spontaneous uprisings, but staged events managed by well-trained experts. They are made to look like impulsive outbursts of passion, but they run according to a well-rehearsed script. Who writes that script? The answer is fairly evident. It is the campus activists, some faculty as well as students, who have spent years immersed in anti-liberal ideology, identitarian indignation, and the study of Maoist tactics. They've been taught that gaining power by any means necessary is the legitimate path to what they think of as social justice, and they are eager to put what they've learned into practice. Only a fairly small minority of college students are converted to this whole package of radicalization, but these truly radicalized students are the organized managerial staff of the riots. Often they travel city to city, bringing their battle-tested riot planning with them and tying in with the local networks of Antifa and BLM. How complicit are colleges in this? A handful of professors teach outrageous courses and tweet appalling messages, but colleges work hard to convey the impression that they keep their hands clean. People who believe that image, I'm afraid, are mistaken. My organization, the National Association of Scholars, has spent a decade documenting how higher education has become the incubator of radical alienation, from divisive student orientations through service learning that doubles as progressive indoctrination, and above all, the courses promoting doctrines such as critical race theory that depict objective standards as the masks worn by oppressors. The old courses that taught students something meaningful about Western civilization and the American founding have simply vanished in the fire and smoke of the new Hate America First curriculum. Some students shrug all this off and move on to a productive adult life, but for too many others, it becomes a vocation. Even students who are immune to the lure of radicalism pay a price. They are deprived of the education they deserve, an education that teaches a full understanding of how our self-governing, prosperous, and free society came to be and what we must do to sustain it for the generations to come. This is a loss for those students and for our country, because if there's one thing that history teaches, it is that civilization does not simply endure on its own. Neglected or attacked outright, our civilization could quickly disappear. It is disappearing, and if we do nothing to stop it, it will disappear soon. The current wave of protest grew from the decades of efforts by the radical left to turn our colleges and universities into incubators of profound dissatisfaction with the American way of life. Colleges learned to package this disdain for America behind the beguiling rhetoric of diversity, but in too many cases, they left their graduates a legacy of cynical contempt for their own civilization, and in some cases, a proud delight in destruction for its own sake. higher education shuns this verdict and sees itself as part of a noble enterprise of promoting positive systemic change. Those of us who cherish Western civilization need to hold higher education accountable for the systemic change it has actually accomplished in the form of the misguided people in the streets, some of whom have an Ivy League diploma in one hand and a Molotov cocktail in the other.
Thank you, Peter. Alan Gelso is one of the top historians of the Civil War ever. He has a PhD in history from the University of Pennsylvania. He's a senior research scholar in the Council of Humanities at Princeton University, where he directs an initiative on statesmanship and politics in the James Madison Program in American Ideals and Institutions. He's a senior fellow of the Claremont Institute and a visiting fellow of the Heritage Foundation and its Fulner Institute. He's written some great books, and I've read all of them but one. Abraham Lincoln, Redeemer President, Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation, The End of Slavery in America, and Gettysburg, The Last Invasion. And all of those have won the Lincoln Prize, because who else would you give it to? Alan Gelso.
The story of most human societies has followed a more or less predictable pattern. It is the pattern of tribes. Sometimes of tribes establishing control over others by war or subversion, or of tribes breaking free of that control, and in both cases led by a charismatic leader whose reward is godlike power over all. These tribes identify themselves by language or ethnicity or soil, but their story is mostly the same. Us, not them. Power, not liberty. Stasis, not transformation. 244 years ago, from the intellectual milieu of the 18th century Enlightenment, one nation broke with this pattern, identifying itself by the natural and inalienable rights of all men, as received not from some legendary leader, but from the Almighty Creator himself. 11 years later, this nation wrote a Republican instrument of government that turned all its attention to how those rights could best be secured. In a world of empires and monarchs and serfs, where men were born as an atom of dust and women as a straw in the wind, the American Republic would bid the atom of dust become a man, the straw in the wind a woman, and both were set free to make of themselves whatever they wished or dreamed or struggled to be. Yet this new republic has had its enemies. First, the monarchs, who were amused and then alarmed by it. Then the romantic ideologues, who found replacements for the comforting embrace of tribe in the lethal embrace of race and class. Through these challenges, our best protection has come through our history, through the remembrance of a great soldier who laid down his commission rather than seize power, of a shrewd lawyer whose hand freed slaves and wiped out the Republic's ugliest birthmark, of an enslaved man who lived to be the greatest example and the greatest preacher of self-made men, of an actor who bade the walls of tyrants come tumbling down. In truth, history has been our only protection, for we have no ethnicity, no tribe to fall back upon, only our vivid dedication to an Enlightenment ideal stretching from every battlefield and patriot grave to every living heart and hearthstone. But our history is not in good health. Sometimes its illness is one of neglect. In our anxiety for dominance in science and technology, history has been nudged aside, so that in 2014, the National Assessment of Educational Progress showed that only 18% of American 8th graders could be considered proficient in U.S. history, while fully 1/3 do not know when the Civil War occurred, and 40% could not identify the words of the Gettysburg Address with Abraham Lincoln. Sometimes, however, our history's eclipse has had more malign sources, in those whose ideology leads them to cast the American experiment in as grim a shade as possible, so that the way can be made over the ruins of the Republic for some imagined new order, which, in the end, turns out to be only a new tribalism. Pick up the newest issues of our flagship historical quarterlies, and their contents will often be an unrelieved witches' sabbath of condemnation of the American past and the improbability of an American future, of a revolution concocted to defend slavery, of capitalism which is coterminous with bondage, and with truth at the mercy of narrative, and never a thought to whether this will build up rather than tear down the souls of its readers. The ideologues are not unwise in crafting a strategy which tells us that our history is a balloon sent aloft to decoy us from the tracks of the powerful. If we wish to imperil the American experiment, we can find few more sinister paths to that peril than by forgetting, obscuring, or demeaning who we were, for that will tell the story of who we are and who we will become. History is not merely a trot line of metaphors to be analyzed purely as a construct of language. It is not a novel. It is about specific people in specific places within specific events, and to treat it otherwise is to entertain nonsense and to invite the production of despair and discouragement. But our energies cannot be consumed in merely pulling down the pullers down. Fellow citizens, said Abraham Lincoln in 1862, we cannot escape history. We of this Congress and this administration will be remembered in spite of ourselves. We must think anew and act anew, and then we shall save our country. Like Nehemiah of old, we must weep for the memory of a city in ruins, but we must also be those who say, as in Nehemiah's time, let us rise up and build again.
Thank you, Alan. I should have said that Alan is also an actor who never went into that line of work. Victoria Spiotto is a prodigy. She's a student and future teacher from Northern Virginia. She's finishing her 5th year at the University of Virginia. She has a bachelor's in French government and getting a master's in teaching. At school, she leads the Young Americans Freedom Chapter. We have one of those at Hillsdale, and that may be the only place they don't cause trouble. She's also a polyglot who focuses her studies on elementary teaching and language immersion experiences abroad. Victoria.
My name is Victoria Spiotto, and I am a student at the University of Virginia. I love and appreciate my university, which is part of the problem, but also potentially part of the solution that I would like to discuss here today. The University of Virginia was founded by Thomas Jefferson, a man who is notable for his steadfast belief in individualism, natural freedom, and the full and free use of human intellect in the search for truth. Jefferson helped lay the foundation for a government under which every American could pursue happiness as a freely choosing individual. He founded an academic institution with the goal of fostering a community of lifelong learners, people who inquire about the world in search of truth. He hoped that UVA would strengthen this country by being a part of teaching its citizens the lessons of history. Most of all, Jefferson wanted Americans to study the history of liberty and how freedom can sometimes be pushed aside by tyranny. Jefferson's University still lives and fosters innovation and progress to this day. However, some of this academic progress we see in American academia and student culture today is rather regressive. Instead of freely exploring different points of view, which is what college is supposed to encourage, honest debate is sometimes shut down. Labels given for being on the wrong side are based on the simplistic binary of being good or bad as a person. This is harmful because it shrinks the marketplace of ideas on campus, and it leaves little space for ideological nuance. In too many American universities today, administrators do not stand up to students who try to silence those with whom they disagree. In some courses, students rarely get a chance to even hear or consider the other side due to things like biased syllabi or agenda-driven professors. In a liberal education, all ideas should be studied, presented, and fairly debated. What's more, the new norm of rewriting or reframing history that now permeates into scores of campus cultures may play a role in endangering the very foundation upon which my university and our country stands, the legacy of the Founding Fathers. While embraced forms of critical theory suggest that it is best to view the world through the paradigm of power and physical characteristics, I believe and stand by the fact that truth stands alone and that we must not surrender our search for it. I do not believe that the principles of liberty and equality written by Thomas Jefferson into the Declaration of Independence are just lies used by the powerful to manipulate the public. Yet that is what critical theory teaches. But truth is not just a trick of the power. In fact, it is the foundation for American prosperity. We should not manipulate truth and history in order to superficially cater to a subjective and often offensive idea of diversity, which views people as only labels and sacrifices the natural individuality within those manufactured groups. As I've been studying and preparing to be a school teacher, I've encountered various ways in which critical theory wrongly finds its place within the field of teacher education. Many academic institutions plant these ideas, and professors and their students water and nourish them unchallenged. Critical theory stands against our founding principles, and above all, the place of equal individual liberty in our society. I do not believe that students should be treated differently because they fit in certain categories. I believe that students are empowered through their inherent value as creations of God. Universities like to portray and define what it means to be culturally aware in divisive ways. This involves manipulating language and reframing reality into something sensational. However, I think cultural awareness is best found by respecting, honoring, and objectively analyzing history. It is not a question of rewriting the past in order to perfect people now. It is a question of learning from foundational thinkers like Jefferson in order to ensure that government arms like public education are built such that they do not infringe on the nature of the young human mind. Just as we all solemnly remembered 9/11 last week, we must not forget the past. By forgetting, truth gets lent to authors before it is handed to our students. The founding, even with its flaws and hypocrisies, was an incredible experiment. Valiant thinkers dared to craft a form of government that respected natural law like never before. This should be viewed through the objective lens and remembered as a part of preserving our way of life. The trends in higher education's cancel culture are dangerous. To cancel the Founding Fathers for being hypocritical is to cancel the very ideas which lie at the basis of civility and individual liberty. The effort to delegitimize the minds and the people which crafted our founding documents is the first step in delegitimizing those very documents and therefore the founding principles. Canceling our history is not justice. It is in fact allowing those of influence or power to redesign justice. Principles like justice, fairness, and truth are principles that should not be redefined and packaged in critical theory's wrapping paper. This rewrapping seeks to foster disdain for the virtues and pillars that allow people to reach their individual potential without needing the government. The Constitution empowers us, especially us young students, to build our own destinies. By regarding our founding documents as sacred, we are inevitably recognizing that we as individuals are of value as well. My university's founder took it upon himself to courageously contribute to a world-changing project. By the same token, why shouldn't young Americans do the same by committing to historical integrity and objective truth at a time when that history is being wrongly reframed? Where the new woke campus culture claims to be unbiased and in support of an objective, non-discriminatory worldview, it actually creates the most selective and prejudiced system of them all, that of concentrated power. When it determines that everything is a question of power, they will use that power to silence others and reframe the truth of our past. Anyone who has read the world history that Thomas Jefferson wanted us to study will know that this is the path to tyranny. May universities continue to be places where great ideas, as opposed to grave injustices, are born. I hope that my reflections on the direction of our colleges and universities can make a positive contribution to the broader discussion we are having here today about our beloved American history. Thank you.
Prodigy indeed. Thank you, Victoria. So all of the speakers here have something to say about how to fix this problem. The next four are going to talk chiefly about that because they have big things going on aimed in that direction. And the first of them is the great Bill McClay. He's the Blankenship Chair in the History of Liberty at the University of Oklahoma, although I have inside information that he's soon to go to a fine place. All signed up. He was appointed in 2000. That was pretty good, wasn't it? It was. It was all right.
It sounded a little like Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah. He's not going to that finest place yet.
Not yet.
He's appointed in 2002 to the National Council on the Humanities, the Advisory Board for the National Endowment for the Humanities. He's served as a senior scholar at the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars. And then the big thing. I have no friend who hasn't been intending to write a textbook of worth about the history of America. But I only have one who's done it. And it's recent, and it's great, and it's called Land of Hope, An Invitation to the Great American Story, Bill McClay.
Thank you, Dr. Arnn, and good afternoon, everybody. It's wonderful to be here. I'm going to talk about Abraham Lincoln, amazingly, but what I want to do is tell a story about him that I think illustrates a point that we can then expatiate on a little bit. We all know that Lincoln was a voracious reader, and he had very little formal education, got most of his sense of the English language from reading Shakespeare and the soaring language of the King James Bible. He read, evidently, almost no history in his early days. The sole exception that we know of was Mason Weems's biography written in 1799 of George Washington. It's a book few would read today, and certainly not for its accuracy. It is the book from which we get the fable about George Washington chopping down the cherry tree and then being unable to lie about it. The mature Lincoln went on to develop a more informed and sophisticated understanding of history, but he never forgot the Weems history. Elements of it stuck in his mind and influenced his view of the American Revolution and the Civil War and reflected his fundamental values. We know this because in February of 1861, 40 years after he read Weems's book, Lincoln drew upon it in public. He was on his way from Illinois to Washington for the inauguration. It was a time of great tension in the country. Southern states were voting one by one to secede from the Union in response to Lincoln's election. He stopped off in Trenton, New Jersey, on his way to Washington. And in a speech to the New Jersey State Senate, a very short, wonderful speech, he recalled the effect of Weems's book on him as a young man. And he particularly remembered the Battle of Trenton. I quote, "I remember all the accounts of the battlefield and struggles for the liberty of the country, and none fixed themselves on my imagination so deeply as the struggle here at Trenton, the pivotal battle." And I go on with Lincoln's language, which is much better than mine. "The crossing of the river, the contest with the Hessians, the great hardships endured at that time, all fixed themselves on my memory more than any single revolutionary event. I remember thinking then, boy even though I was, that there must have been something more than common that those men struggled for. And that something, he went on to say, was even more than national independence, something that held out a great promise to all the people of the world for all time to come. It was the perpetuation of the Union, the Constitution, and the liberties of the people in accordance with the original idea for which that struggle was made. Close quote. What a lot for a story to do. It helped to form a vision of the American past, a vision that was both inspiring and true, a vision that sustained him through the dark days to come, the last days of his life. Note, too, that although himself a fierce opponent of slavery, Lincoln did not focus on George Washington's history as a slave owner, even though he, of course, knew of it. He did not entertain the view, fashionable among Southern planters then and New York journalists now, that the nation was founded on slavery. No, he insisted, it was founded on other principles entirely, principles of liberty and equality and self-rule that were new in the world, as Allen Gelso has so eloquently stated. They were new in the world, principles that America was born to champion. He was right then, and he is right now. So what are we to conclude from this? Do historians need to retool and start writing Mason Weems-like histories? No, absolutely not. History has to be based on truth, not on myth. But we need to remember that one of the functions of history is to serve as an expression of our shared memory, imparting to each generation a sense of membership in its own society, a sense of living connection to its own past. We need that. We need that today more than ever. John Dos Passos wrote the following words in 1941, by the way. In times of change and danger, when there's a quicksand of fear under men's reasoning, a sense of continuity with generations gone before can stretch like a lifeline across the scary present. That sense of continuity was something Lincoln could summon, something he possessed, something that strengthened him in enduring our nation's greatest trials. Our young people today deserve nothing less. We are failing them and our country so long as we fail to give them a rich and sustaining sense of their own past, a sense that's both truthful and inspiring. It's high time for that to change.
Thank you, Bill. I guess, in case you're wondering, the fine place he's going happens to be Hillsdale College. And it's a pretty good place. Theodore Rebarber is CEO of AAT, an organization that just received a grant from the NEA, National Endowment for the Humanities, to develop instructional units on American history organized around the book of Dr. Bill McClay. He's going to make it famous and make it used so it can be broken down to be of greatest benefit to students. Mr. Rebarber has worked on education reform and policy for 3 decades, co-founder and education officer of a charter school management company, senior staffer for a member of Congress, policy staff at the Department of Ed, research associate at the Vanderbilt Institute for Policy Studies. Theodore Rebarber.
Good afternoon. I'm deeply honored to be here and participate at this White House Conference on U.S. History in the presence of our founding documents. Today is Constitution Day. It is also Citizenship Day, on which we honor all those who have attained America's citizenship. Given that, I will take just a moment to acknowledge 2 brave subjects of the East Bloc communist regime of Romania, Sergio, also known as Israel, Antonia, also known as Miriam, my parents, who left all that they knew to take their 2 young sons, myself and my brother, at the age of 6, and legally emigrated to the United States. I am forever grateful to them. Immigrants who come to America from such places do not take this remarkable country for granted. We know it has flaws. Every country does. Yet we appreciate America and love it for its freedom, opportunity, and rule of law, its never-ending efforts to address problems and injustices, and the traditions and fundamental human decency of its people which make it all possible. The history we teach our children cannot solve all of our problems, nor should we expect it to, but it can provide a factual foundation for discussing current challenges and seeking solutions, while educating a new generation about America's remarkable heritage and what brings us together. Unfortunately, all too often, that is not the type of history we are providing our students. Others in this panel are discussing the deeply divisive misrepresentations of the 1619 Project, whose author has publicly admitted that accuracy was not her first priority. I will address the materials used in schools which have not formally adopted the 1619 effort, often assuming that these more mainstream instructional materials are safe and not prone to such problems. I will also describe history instructional materials that my new nonprofit organization, AAT, has begun developing to address these issues with an initial grant from the National Endowment for Humanities. In high school U.S. history, the most widely perceived gold standard is the College Board's AP U.S. History course. It often influences even non-AP U.S. history classes at the high school and even middle school levels. The AP U.S. History course framework, unfortunately, presents a distorted picture of U.S. history that is in some ways more dangerous due to its subtlety when compared to the 1619 Project. The casual reviewer is unlikely to notice what is not present, or patterns that only become clear when one analyzes the document as a whole. For example, the main AP U.S. History course framework refers to property 5 times, of which 4 are in a negative context of restricting the right to vote based on property requirements. The only reference to legal protections for property rights, a more positive context, refers to the Northwest Ordinance, a relatively obscure reference to most non-historians. Nothing is included on constitutional protections for fundamental property rights, such as the prohibition on government taking a person's property without just compensation, or protections for inventions or other intellectual property. Stepping back and considering our current social context, if property has been presented to students mostly as an example of historical injustice, what does this suggest to students about the need to respect the private property of others? In the case of religion, with few exceptions, the references are vague formulations about divergent views or new beliefs. There's nothing explicit referencing the Bible or Jews or Judaism. The few references to Christianity or Christians in the framework are mostly negative, including as a cause of the conquest of the New World and participants in colonizing and exploiting native populations and Africans. But no mention is made of Christianity's history as a driving motivation behind the abolition of slavery, nor about its motivation for charitable social activity or the civil rights movement. No mention is made of the common use of biblical quotations and beliefs in political pamphlets during the Revolutionary period. For example, Thomas Paine's Common Sense has an extended section discussing biblical sections on Judges and Samuel. The Constitutional Convention is framed through the lens or thematic focus of an event fostered by social and political groups. While that was certainly a critical element, it leaves out the impact of brilliant individual founders, great men who could sometimes rise above merely representing the interests of different factions. The only substantive historical developments of the Constitutional Convention identified as required course content are compromises over the representation of slave states in Congress and the role of the federal government in regulating slavery and the slave trade. Similarly, the entire topic of the Constitution itself is covered in half a page. The required course content is captured by a single sentence description of the historical developments represented by the Constitution. Quite a few other topics described in the course framework receive more extensive and specific coverage than the Constitution. AAT, my organization, a nonprofit, is committed to developing history instructional materials that are accurate, that tell the whole story. That includes America's faults, but it also includes its remarkable accomplishments. We have partnered with nationally recognized historian and fellow panel member, Bill McClay, who has authored an absolutely outstanding, readable, and overall positive U.S. history textbook, Land of Hope, that we believe is the best available. We will work with Bill, along with other excellent historians and educators we've identified, to develop instructional units that provide teachers with detailed instructional support, presentation materials, assignments, assessments, how to handle diverse student skill levels, and everything else they might need. The units will include a strong emphasis on students engaging with core original documents, including the Constitution and Declaration, to develop a basic mastery of these works. Students will learn to analyze, discuss, write short and longer historical analyses and papers. We believe that many parents, educators, and other interested citizens share our concern about the quality of history education and want something better. We appreciate that the NEH has provided us with a grant that allows us to begin this work, but the full effort will require citizens who agree that this is an enormous need to work with us, to also visit our website and find out more about this initiative. And that website is aateducation.org, aateducation.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Jackson is the director of the Institute for Classical Education, and he's the chief academic officer of a network of charter schools called Great Hearts. And I think there must be close to 30 of those now.
32.
32. Yeah, see, they're just bursting at the seams. And they're a great thing. I happen to know a little about them. Before he did that, he was a professor of English and education at the King's College in New York, and he spent many years training future teachers in educational history and philosophy. He knows what he's doing. Dr. Robert Jackson.
Thank you, Dr. Arnn. It is a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon on behalf of those 32 schools and more than 22,000 students. I want to speak just for a few moments about the nature of teaching American history and why it is so important. It is, in fact, a civic duty as we teach American history, one that should be undertaken with great care and a profound sense of gratitude. For it is a national story that has been entrusted to us. By faithfully transmitting that story to the young, we are giving shape to the minds and the hearts of the next generation. Consider the following examples. When an elementary-aged child hears the story of our first president's farewell address, that child learns to recognize the nature of personal integrity embodied in the life of George Washington. When a middle schooler learns that Thomas Jefferson drafted the original Declaration of Independence with a section designed to abolish slavery, though Jefferson was a slave owner, that young person learns to recognize the limitations of our most admirable founders. Or when a high schooler reads Frederick Douglass's stirring 1852 speech, "What to the slave is the 4th of July?" that teenager learns to recognize the former slave's appeal to divine justice, an argument that critiques existing human laws by holding them accountable to a higher law. In each case, teaching our history well prepares the next generation to understand our people's virtues and limitations, to interpret American ideals in relation to the institutions and the reality of human fallibility, and to distinguish arguments that can sustain our pursuit of a more perfect union. That is what makes American history such a vital subject. On this Constitution Day 2020, surrounded by original manuscripts here in the Rotunda, it is fitting for us to reflect on why we must teach American history wisely. It serves as a source of inspiration for all, but especially the young who deserve an opportunity to claim their constitutional birthright, a legacy enshrined in the Constitution and proclaimed in the Declaration, what Frederick Douglass called that glorious liberty document. It is the ongoing pursuit of liberty that makes American history such a hopeful subject. Yet for several decades, the teaching of American history has been weighed down with ideological baggage, from an academic world suffused with skepticism and devoted to debunking the errors of the past. This disconcerting trend in scholarship has also encouraged the popular press to depict history as a simplified morality tale, wherein contemporary categories are applied to historical events to expose the failings of our forebears. While the study of history does indeed provide opportunities to learn from the past and its errors, there is something deeper, more disturbing beneath this academic orientation, which prefers theory and ideology over the discovery of truth. The conscientious study of history offers us rich veins of truth to explore our common humanity. Are we not, after all, susceptible to the same weaknesses as those we read of in the history books? Certainly, we are prone to greed, anger, and pride, that which we see in our ancestors. But we are also capable of their generosity, patience, and humility. In the pages of a well-written history, like that of Wilfred Maclay's Land of Hope, we discover flesh and blood people struggling with real problems, dealing with their limitations, and striving to make something good out of it all. That is a better way to teach American history, for it begins with humility and continues with hard work, carefully weighing the record, going straight to the sources, to understand how real people learn to live out their ideals. Amid the challenges, the quandaries, even the oppression of their times, if we want to learn from the annals of history, we must submit ourselves to the truth, whatever the cost, and search unfailingly for the good. Thankfully, we discover that we are not alone in the quest to produce a more just society. Surrounded by a cloud of witnesses from nearly 250 years, we are inspired by the ideals and the examples of those who've gone before us. And that is why we read the farewell of George Washington, to let grade schoolers hear the statement's final official words, that the free Constitution, which is the work of your hands, may be sacredly maintained. And we read Thomas Jefferson's original draft of the Declaration, letting those middle schoolers see for themselves that even the most enlightened minds may not fully perceive the moral demands of the truth. Then we read Frederick Douglass's 1852 speech, letting the high schoolers experience the rhetorical powers of a great man whose words have the piercing moral clarity of a prophet's. By teaching our nation's history with such equanimity, we provide the young with the tools of thought and expression to equip them for active citizenship. We teach them to accurately read the record for themselves. We teach them to interpret impartially the mixture of problems, purposes, and motives from the past. And we teach them to understand that our present moment is informed by and built upon the accomplishments of our predecessors. Like the Great Arts Academies, which I represent, K-12 classical schools across the country consider the teaching of history to be the backdrop for the entire liberal arts curriculum, a product of the collective wisdom of the ages. Poets, scientists, statesmen, and mathematicians joins historians in a great conversation that continues down to the present. By engaging with the prudent voices from our past, students come to more fully understand the human experience in all of its variety across time. Ultimately, the history we recount gives shape to the lives we lead. And for Americans, our nation's past provides the inspiration and the ideals to continue that quest for liberty, which is our constitutional birthright. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Our final speaker is Jordan Adams. After that, we'll have a few minutes for discussion. Jordan is a graduate of Hillsdale College, which means I think of him as being 18 years old. But he's grown into a man, and I feel old. He's the Associate Director of Instructional Resources at Hillsdale College and has served as a high school history teacher and director of the history program for our public charter school network at Hillsdale College. And he's a bright boy, though maybe not as smart as his wife. Jordan Adams.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak before you. My name is Jordan Adams. I have taught history and government to middle and high school students for several years, and now I work for Hillsdale College, training and advising history teachers in public schools that Hillsdale supports across the country. As part of my job, I have been privileged to observe history teachers at work in hundreds of classrooms. My own experience as a history teacher and my time observing and advising so many other history teachers has deepened my understanding of what makes for a great history curriculum and for great history instruction. What I have learned above all is that mediocre teaching is easy, but great teaching is one of the toughest jobs in America. Teaching is a labor of love, and great teachers have a love for two things. First, their students, and second, their subject matter. Because they desire the good for both their students and their nation, great history teachers work tirelessly to share their love of American history with their students. Many of today's young Americans have never encountered this love for America's story. Cynical, deconstructionist, cherry-picking histories, such as those of Howard Zinn and the magazine articles of the 1619 Project, have neither love for America's story nor its students uppermost in mind. Instead, they pursue absurdly simplistic explanations like class struggle and systemic racism. Such concepts blind them to the fuller truths of America's history, the richer realities of our past, and they use these simplistic theories as tools to tear down their country, manipulate their students, or both. Nor do these historians love their students in a way that truly serves them. They do not respect their students' independence as free thinkers who are capable of grappling with the complexity of historical reality and forming their own judgments about it. They do not respect the inherent human dignity of each student, just as they do not see the dignity and humanity, the mixture of good and bad that America's heroes and all great historical figures have possessed. Instead, they rob their students of their heritage, of their birthright, of their ability to understand accurately the origins of the world in which they live. In a sense, these skeptical historians rob students of their inheritance. They rob them of heroes to honor and be inspired by, from whose mistakes they might learn. They deprive their students of the joy of learning in a dynamic, honest, and imaginatively rich classroom. They rob their students of profound opportunities to learn from previous generations the path to maturity and happiness. Nearly 2 years ago, I came across a review copy of Bill McClay's Land of Hope. Taking it in after having read parts of dozens of other histories, was like hearing an instrument suddenly come into tune. What I found in Land of Hope was the same thing I had seen transform students' lives in successful history classes: a love of country and of the students themselves. Land of Hope strikes a chord, and that chord blends the complex truths of America's history with the most inspiring way of teaching. To begin with, Land of Hope tells a story, which is the etymology of the word history. While most textbooks strike readers as tiresome encyclopedias that drain the drama out of history, Maclay's work conveys an actual story. Land of Hope is something like a compelling personal biography of an entire nation. It captures students' imaginations and transports them to another time and place. Maclay respects the dignity of the student. He does not pander, withhold, skew, or otherwise seek to manipulate the student's understanding. Instead, he presents a truthful story in its fullness and intricacies, then asks his readers to reflect on it. He feeds the students' hunger for knowledge with full lives of real people. He doesn't grab attention solely with scandal and outrage as Zinn or 1619 might do. That is the easy way out, a way that kills off a student's natural sense of wonder, and more often than not turns molehills into mountains. Finally, Dr. Maclay conveys respect for those who came before us, those who shaped the world into which we and our students have been born. He knows that no one is perfect, just as no one is without some measure of goodness. He presents America's heroes as they were and asks students to judge them based on the totality of their words and deeds, rather than the scandalous few. Maclay wants students to applaud and preserve what is good in our history and our heroes. Yet he also bids us condemn the bad while learning from the ways in which our country and its heroes have fallen short. It is, of course, imperative that students come to understand what makes America exceptional. There is no precedent in the history of humankind for a nation founded on ideas of individual liberty, equality, and a capacity for self-government. There is no precedent for a people working, fighting, and dying to prove the truths of those ideas. That a nation built around these ideas should become the freest and most prosperous nation ever to have existed is no accident, and is never more than a single generation of corrupted education away from extinction. America's founders rightly reminded us that the ultimate determinant of our success as a nation would be our ability to sustain a virtuous and well-educated citizenry. The dangerous state of American history education today is about to prove our founders right yet again. Restoring the true teaching of American history would give our young people and our nation a fighting chance to turn the tide, preserving their American inheritance for another generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. So we have about 20 minutes for some discussion. We have a hard stop because some important person is going to come here next. And I'd like to begin by saying, Dr. Carson, would you like to say anything, having heard all that?
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank fellow panelists for some very provocative thoughts. Sometimes you feel like a voice crying in the wilderness alone, but the fact of the matter is there are a lot of people here who are thinking about and observing the things that are going on in our country. And it's very appropriate that we're here in this building that contains the Constitution of the United States. And I believe that that's a divinely inspired document and something that really need not be tampered with. It has allowed us to ascend from a bunch of ragtag militiamen to the most powerful empire in the world in a record period of time. But part of the way that our nation was put together was recognizing what the important foundational elements were. There is only one business that is protected by our Constitution, and that is the media. And there's a reason that the media was protected. It's because they were supposed to be honest brokers of the truth and disseminate information to the people, because the country was supposed to be run on the will of the people, not become a government-centric area. We're going to have to stop and think, was that the right pathway? There are many who think that it wasn't, and that in fact we should be government-centric. And there are many who have tried that in the past. It has not worked. And it's going to require incredible courage at this stage of the game. People must be willing to stand up for what they believe in. We have to realize that we are being, as a society, manipulated by people who have an agenda. And you can't fight people with an agenda unless you have one also, unless you have a plan, and unless you understand them. Unless you understand that in our colleges and universities, and even on the streets, there are those who are bent on convincing certain segments of our population that they are victims, and that someone is causing all the problems in their lives, and that there will be no justice until you're able to destroy those people. And then another group, you want to convince them that they should be guilty because they and their ancestors are responsible for all the bad things that have happened to others. And let me tell you, that is a terrible combination, victimhood and guilt. The decisions that arise from that are abominable, and we're seeing them now. So we clearly have to understand what is happening and begin to fashion a response that is easy for people to understand. I think that is our mission.
I think the panelists deserve a round of applause. So I have a few questions for you. Peter, you talked about a lot of terrible trends. Are there good trends in the academy?
They're hard to spot. We've heard of some of them here today. I'm heartened by the rise of charter schools and classical academies that are bringing real history to tens of thousands, if not millions, of American students. I'm heartened by Bill McClay's textbook and the good reception that has come for it. In a strange way, I'm heartened by the financial challenges that now face much of American higher education, which has grown complacent in its progressive orthodoxy over the last 50 years or so, and now may have to rethink where they can find students willing to pay high tuitions to attend schools of indoctrination. That just might persuade them to take another look at what they're actually teaching and how they're teaching it. It's true that I spent my few minutes talking about some of the dire circumstances of the situation that faces our cities, our country as a whole, and its connection to education. But from where I sit in my job as the head of a reform-minded organization, the American people seem to be awakening to this problem as never before. The fact that we are called here to Washington to talk about this is something new. It hasn't happened in my lifetime. This is an extraordinary event that this panel is occurring, because up until just the last few months, there has been so little sense in this country that education is anything but a utilitarian good, that that as long as it's producing people who can go out and get jobs, it's doing its rightful work. And that whole aspect of education that produces enlightened minds and patriots and people who care about how best to govern the country has been a very diminished chord of our national conversation until now, and I'm heartened by that.
Thank you. Alan, you're going to write some more great books? And are others that you know of going to do it?
Well, is that a question or a
Yeah,
statement?
that was a command, but you can comment on it if you want to.
Well, there are many subjects that fall within the range of the study of American history. I mean, in a real sense, everything which happened until just about right this moment is a fit subject for the study of American history. I think there are some encouraging developments in the writing of some significant works, not the least of which is Bill's Land of Hope. I see it also in some other places, in, curiously enough, some movies. One doesn't often look to the movies for getting particularly reliable history, and yet there have been some very encouraging ones. I think of the 2012 Spielberg Lincoln. And there was a movie which was an affirmation, not only of Lincoln, but of the entire process of democratic deliberation moving towards the abolition of slavery. So there are these indications, and yet on the ground, the overall picture is not an encouraging one. If it were, I wouldn't be here today. We deal and have to deal with history education at the level of K through 12 schools, and there the battle is often won over school boards and the people who are able to make deals with the school boards. The Zinn Project is an example of this, but the great success of the Zinn Project really has very little to do with Howard Zinn being a compelling historian, much less a compelling writer, but it has a great deal to do with the way his material has been packaged, developed, sold, and in many respects snuck under the door, not only of unsuspecting parents, but in many cases unsuspecting teachers. There has to be some reflection now on how we are administering education, on what is going into the substance of that, how it's happening at K through 12, how it's happening in graduate schools, and how it is happening in our colleges and universities. There are ways to deal with this. Most of them are going to be indirect, but then again, indirection was how the problem began in the first place. So there are good indications, but the situation is a serious one, and not by any stretch of the imagination to be underestimated, one to be addressed at a variety of levels, at the federal level, at the state level, at the municipal level, and at the level of each one of us who have families and children. In Henry V, in that great speech that Shakespeare puts into the mouth of King Henry V, he speaks about those who remember what happened on St. Crispin's Day. We often fail to notice this key line: "This story shall the good man teach his son, and Crispin Crispian shall ne'er go by from this day until the ending of the world, but we in it shall be remembered." Note that. The good man will teach his son. The good parent will teach their children. If we begin there, then the work of renewal, I think, will spread outwards like ripples in the pond.
Pretty. So there's policy issues at stake here in what we've talked about on this panel. And there are two lines of approach that have been on both sides of the aisle in politics. And one line is centralize the standards, and the other line is decentralize the administration of the schools. And the greatest example of that, the most successful, is charter schools. Robert Jackson, why are those better, and what's the future for them?
Well, I believe that the benefit of charter schools is that a community orients around a common understanding of the education they wish to provide for their children. And while the state makes this arrangement with the charter governing board, there's room or there's freedom to organize around a curricular and a pedagogical set of principles. So the schools that I represent are a part of something that's much larger. There are more than 200 charter schools that identify themselves as classical, and of course there are thousands of charter schools nationwide whose arrangement with the state, whose contract, provides, again, the freedom to identify the essential content and the pedagogy that that community has determined is best for their children. As I look at the policy landscape, we need more of that freedom, and the families that are coming to schools like ours are exercising their right. They're exercising, of course, their choice to have the type of education that they desire for their children. And I think that families and something of a grassroots movement is now emerging to show that the status quo we've been describing here in this conference is no longer satisfactory. And given some of the movement that we're seeing around classical and within the charter sector more broadly, I think it's very important for us to be able to make a case, just as has been described here at the table, for alternatives, specifically alternatives that recover both a true and equanimous reading of history, a real balanced sense of history, but even more broadly than that, a full exposition of liberal arts education that has in many ways been sidelined by the ideological trends that we've described here.
Thank you. So we have one more. Sorry, Victoria, I'm commanded not. So that same point is latent in this. The way you write a textbook for high schools in America, for the public schools, is you go through an enormous process with a big publisher, and there are 1,000 requirements, and every line has to be subjected to them, and they change all the time. How'd you write your book, Bill?
I didn't do any of that, and I really owe that to that privilege, that freedom to my publisher, Encounter Books, run by Roger Kimball, and he just sort of turned me loose. I wrote a fairly brief proposal with a chapter outline, and he turned me loose. I took a little longer than he would have liked to produce it, but he just periodically checked in on me, how you doing? I did not have to run the text through any committees, any interest groups, any stakeholders or stake bearers. It was just me up in my attic every night tapping it out. I didn't have a research assistant. I didn't take a leave of absence. It was just something I did because I felt passionately that such a book should exist. And I didn't know whether I was the one to do it, but just sometimes you have to, it falls to you because nobody else is doing it. So that's why I did it. But the freedom that you're describing stems from the willingness of this publisher. I mean, a number of people asked me, why did you publish with Norton or one of the other? And I said, because the book that would have come out would not have been my book. It would have been a product. It would have been like something written by a committee, which frankly is what most textbooks are. You see on the cover a list of very distinguished names, which may have had some role in the writing of the textbook, maybe not much. But the book that comes out reflects this sausage-making process that Dr. Arnn has described. And I just did it the old-fashioned way, just one person. And it reflects, you will definitely, when you read it, as I trust you all will do, you'll sense that there is an author, there's a person behind this. And I think that is a much better way to relate history than to kind of give the impression that history is the voice of God or the voice of some kind of objectivity beyond the the peculiarities and idiosyncrasies of an individual person. But I think, we have to have, several allusions have been made to cancel culture. Victoria said some things about it. I think it's very important that we have institutions and publishers that are willing to publish things that might encounter some. I haven't encountered a lot of trouble, or any trouble really, but that's going to be very important. Have those venues, have those institutions out there functioning.
Thank you. So we're out of time. I'm actually going to bring it to a close 3 minutes before I'm told I had to, because they're nervous back there. But I'll just say this to close. Education is what we have to say to the future. It's what we believe when we tell our young. And right now is a time for choosing. There have been times when the main political forces in both parties were friendly to education reform and decentralization. This is not such a time. So we have some big decisions to make in the next few weeks. Thank you all for being here, and thank the panelists.